Oh. Hello. I didn't know that this waiting room had auto start enabled. Okay. Well, let's go live on Twitch and Twitter and Kick. Hello, 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 gamers! Wait, let's get some background music. Animal Jam OST. Heck yeah. Vivian Asher, thank you for the gift PP. Can we see the snake? I don't have the snake yet. I don't have the snake yet. Oh, Robot Me, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay. So. The stream has been delayed a few times. But finally we're here. I decided for this, we're gonna watch a video that this background music is so distracting. This background music is so Visteron, thank you, it's finally happening. Yeah, so I don't have the snake yet. How I figured we would do this is I am going to look at, like, on stream, we're gonna watch a video together about what hognoses live like in the wild. And then... Okay, this background music is too annoying. And then... we're gonna watch a recommended care guide. And then, from there, we are going to watch... nothing. No music on your guys' end, huh? What? It's there, it's just quiet. Right? You guys hear it now? Yeah. It was just quiet. So here's the video. The first video that we're gonna watch. This is Dave Kaufman. This guy is very respected in the reptile community. So we're gonna watch his video. We're gonna watch his video first. And then Wiccan's Wicked Reptiles. This is another channel I like. Snail, I mistyped. Went from silent to too loud and back to silent. Yeah, because it was annoying. It was annoying and distracting. And then we're going to look at... I found 2 photos of some hognose enclosures that I personally liked. And then we're gonna go on a little bit of a shopping adventure and try and find like a good tank and some decorations and decorate the tank a bit. And hopefully by the end of it we will have a usable hognose tank set up. Some people have asked, wait, hold on, my cords are tangled. Some people have asked about, will you do like a live cam on the snake enclosure, like a 24/7 cam? No, because there's just too many things that can go wrong with that. But something that I can do is I can plan the snake enclosure with a camera in mind, and maybe for like super chat readings or something, I can have it so there is a camera built into the enclosure that I can then just turn on and do like a live cam of the snake. So that's how I'm going into this to set it up. We're going to make sure that the tank layout is angled in such a way like all of the decorations and such are sort of like along the wall, and we have like an open area basically to look at the snake. Yeah, an overhead camera should be safe. Yeah. And then to be safe, I'll probably build something to like wrap around the enclosure. Maybe I'll get like a fitted sheet or something to put over it just to be like 100% safe. Hog, thank you. Live snake reaction camera. just gotta get to that point. We'll figure out what exactly we need. And also on that note, I mentioned this briefly on one of my other streams, but I bought an RV, and I now live in an RV in my parents' backyard. That sounds embarrassing, but the RV is very cool, and I really like it, and I have been in it for a while now, and I still stream inside my parents' house, but I am going to be changing rooms. Because right now, because this was my bedroom and my office space, I'm in one of like the bigger rooms in the house. So I'm going to switch rooms, and I am in the process of super soundproofing that room. So no immediate changes yet, but if you do hear like different audio quality and stuff, it's because I am completely reconfiguring my setup. So this way, no more noise from the road and stuff. And no, I'm not gonna live in a van down by the river. Like I've looked into, so like the walls don't have, the walls in this house are hollow. So if it comes down to it, depending on how bad the noise is, I might have to do like spray insulation in there and stuff. I don't want to get to that point, but might have to do that. But I'm gonna get like a solid core door. I'm going to weather strip the windows. I'm going to get like maybe window plugs, like the stuff that you put like in the actual window frame itself, not just like in the slits for the window. Just gonna schizo-proof the room, because you do as much as you can without blocking all the oxygen. Well, there's vents in the room, so that'll be fine. And I'm not like fucking tearing out or blocking up the vents, but because I am going to set up finally a proper VR space as well. I've done some VR stuff in my bedroom, but it's just so inconvenient. It fills me with so much anxiety, because like I'll set something down, and because I like basically live in my room, it's like, oh shit, like I don't want to knock over my headset. Like my headset has just been sitting out accumulating literal dust on it, so I want to get like a designated spot for everything. And so living in the RV, now I will have all my stuff in that space, and then my office space can just be my office space. And that is also where the snake will go, so that way I can have like a little stream buddy. He will be right next to my desk. I'm doing a standing desk. Wow, I'm only 8 minutes in the stream. I feel like I've been yapping for 30 minutes. But I'm gonna get a standing desk. I've already picked one out on Amazon. I just need to go in and measure today, make sure that there is space along the wall. I've looked into new keyboards. I've looked into new mouse. I'm gonna do a Red Dragon mouse and keyboard, and I'm gonna do wireless so it doesn't conflict with the standing desk setup. I haven't looked at monitors yet, but I need to get new monitors. My mom wanted this curved monitor. No, it's not curved, but I have like an ultra wide monitor that I complain about all the time, and Mamakin wanted it, or she wanted one like it, and I don't like this, so I'm just gonna give it to her. Well, Red Dragon. I like Red Dragon. I've used a lot of different peripherals over the years. I've had a glorious keyboard. I've had Logitech keyboard. I've had Logitech mouse. I've had Corsair mouse. I don't care. All this fancy shit doesn't appeal to me. Red Dragon, it's cheap, it's easy to replace, and it just works. Birthday boy raid. Oh, who raided? Zeno, thank you! Thank you for becoming Big PP. Baxter! Oh, thank you, Baxter, for the raid! Welcome in, raiders. Baxter, I hope you have a happy birthday! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Baxter. Happy birthday to you. Kyle, thank you. I've lived in an RV for a year. Make sure to constantly check for leaks. I've actually been in the RV for a couple of months now. I did have one leak. So the toilet, like the back of it has a, I forget what the word for it is now because it's been like 2 months since this broke. But there was like an inlet valve thing that ended up busting or leaking. So it would continuously like try filling up the toilet, but the toilet was leaking water out the back. And I bought all the parts to fix it. And I was like, hey, Papakin, do you have this thing? Because I needed some float valve. What is it, a float valve? I don't remember what. I asked Papakin for something and he was like, show me. And I showed Papakin and he just fixed it. So, the convenience of living with parents still. I lived in an RV for a few months. It was pretty fun having my own small space. I like it. I think it's just enough space. That, like, if I didn't have the office space, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it if I didn't have my office space. If I didn't have my office space, then I think I would need a much bigger RV. I got a decently sized one, but it's not like one of those fucking jumbo luxury fucking Camping World advertisement RVs. All right, it's just a nice RV, not overly nice. But they do make like super huge ones, but I don't even know what kind of fucking truck you would need to tow that shit. I can't even imagine. Extendo extra wide. RV people really like and actually use the outdoors. That's why I like living in an RV. Again, I've been in it for a few months now, and for me it's like, hell yeah, I cook everything in my fucking rice cooker. I've got like my little table that I sit at with my laptop. I've got a couch that becomes a bed so I can watch TV. I've got a bedroom that's like all blocked off, but it gets like really fucking hot in there. It gets so fucking hot in the bedroom. Jesus Christ, because there's no like AC directly into the bedroom. There's only AC. There is AC, which is also why I love my RV and why I got it before the summer, because my parents, they don't have AC. So so I have AC in my RV, but it doesn't blow into the bedroom. Like, I can make it blow into the bedroom, but it's in the center part of the RV. So I need to like keep the door open and then angle the AC vents into the bedroom. But that means I have to sleep with the door open, which I don't like doing because I'm paranoid. I don't know why I'm paranoid. Like, I'm fine. I'm in the backyard, but it's all about airflow. It's all about airflow. I've been trapped in mine for 5 years. Send help. Oh, and your name is Van Life Crisis. Brave SG, thank you. My Oshi lives in a van down by the river. No! You can get a fan to move the air a bit better. I've thought about doing a bunch of upgrades to it. But I want to get my office space sorted. I need to stop with this setup. Zekirog, thank you. That's it. I've been waffling on buying one. I'm going to definitely get one now. I think in the current state of the economy, an RV is great. Donnie, thank you. Do you have a glass of bourbon on the rocks with you at all times? Hell yeah, brother. What about windows? It has windows. They're such a pain to open. Phase RV collab win. I do plan on doing that. After I get my, like, set office space, like, fully done, which probably won't be for, like, at least a month. Because, like, the desk isn't even gonna arrive for 2 weeks. Because I found a standing desk that I really like, and I'm kind of dead set on it, and I'm kind of, like, looking at this, like, I am going to buy everything that I truly want, and I'm not going to play into, like, oh, well, but the internet says this, or, like, other streamers say this, or other guides say this, because I've done that. I've done that. I bought the fucking Shure SM7B. I bought the fucking Go XLR. I bought the fucking Scarlett Cloud Lifter. Fucking... I bought the goddamn Elgato fucking Stream Deck. I got the fucking... all that crap. And you know what? I don't like it. I mean, I like some of it. I like my Go XLR now, but like... I'm just gonna buy the shit that I want, man. Yeah, the fucking DJI mics. I don't care anymore, man. I'm gonna buy the standing desk that I want that has like fucking 2-week-long shipping, which is gonna suck, but whatever. And like all of these like audio soundproofing guides are such garbage. There's so many garbage soundproofing guides. It's like, you know what the secret is, chat, to soundproofing? Removing airflow. If air can get through, sound can get through. Okay? Sound is like water. That's the teal deer. No, Pippa, actually, sound is completely unlike water. Blah, blah. Sound is like water, okay? It's going to go wherever. It's like a cigarette smell. Wherever you can get cigarette smell, you're gonna get sound, okay? If somebody's smoking right outside the door, someone's smoking in the living room, nobody in my house smokes. I don't know why I'm using this example, but like it's yeah. So what you do? Solid core door, spray insulation inside the walls. You want to put more like sound dampening however you can. If you want to do like bookshelves that are lined with a bunch of stuff, if you want to do like one thing that some people recommend that does seem like actually fucking viable is you can do there's high density vinyl that you can put on your wall. And you can also do like another layer of drywall for just like that extra sound dampening. Hey, Lincoln Negu, if Pippa screams and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Standing desk is such a hippie concept. Doesn't matter. When you do VR, you want a standing desk. I have learned this. Here's my little last bit of streamer advice before we get into the snake content finally. Having a standing desk when you're doing VR stuff, infinitely better. Infinitely fucking better. Because you're not bending over your desk, pushing past your chair, trying to get to everything that you need to get to. Alright? You're wise beyond your years, Pippa. No, I should know better. I've been streaming for 5 years now, okay? 4 years, technically. If we're acknowledging contract, Squishy, thank you. Standing desk is not hippie at all. If anything, it's anti-hippie. I don't know, man. The point is, need to fucking. I've been changing things in the background. All right, and now I'm at the point where you guys are going to start like really noticing the changes. So I'm letting you know. I've got the RV. And I'm setting up a new office space, and I'm sorry, but my audio setup and everything is going to change in, like, the next month. Little bit by little bit. Alright. Do you have a cup holder? No, but the desk that I'm getting has a little clip on the side. Not clip, like, it has, like, a little hook for headphones. Which I'm also looking forward to. I'm also going to look into changing my headphone setup so I don't have to do wired anymore, because I'm also tired of that. I'm tired of the wired headset shit. I want it gone. I'm tired of cords. I'm doing wireless keyboard. I'm doing wireless mouse. My headphones technically are supposed to be able to be wireless, so I'm gonna fucking make them wireless as well. Because I want to do more VR too. I want to do more VR. And if there's anything, like, I've messed with VR. I've been messing with VR off stream as well, trying to get proficient at it before I use it for content, like, consistently. And the wires are such fucking cancer. I am constantly, like, tearing shit off of my desk. I'm, like, Every time I move my chair, shit is getting tangled. I can't tell which cord is which. This is another thing. I've started labeling my cords. I've started labeling everything. I bought a fucking Fomemo D30, which is like this really cheap little label maker that you can get off of Amazon. That I've started labeling everything because I'm tired. I'm tired. Color coded doesn't work because your fucking cord like breaks or whatever, and then you need to replace it, and you're like, oh well, I'll just grab this one because I need a replacement ASAP, and then it's Fomemo. Did you obtain Phantom Sense? No, and I have not gotten over my motion sickness. I still get motion sick in VR. I can't do VR for more than like 2 or 3 hours. Zagarolog, thank you. Can't wait for dead battery crash outs. I have learned how long my VR headset will last, and I am looking at potentially, ironically, making it wired. Some streamers have like a little like cord dolly system on their ceiling, and I'm looking into doing that. But before I do that, I need to like set up the base foundation of the room. Could start with like the 2 or 3 hour streams, okay? It's fine. The VR headset will survive like 4 hours. But yeah. So I know from your guys' perspective, it's been, oh man, Pippa's been complaining about her desk setup. Why doesn't she just buy a new mic stand? Why doesn't she do this? Why doesn't she do that? I have been moving the plan in motion. I am slow with change. I am sorry, but things are finally like ramping up. Bye, Narcos, thank you. The rabbit goes mobile with her living and now wants to be untethered in every way possible. Run up that hill and live that dream, Pippa. Thank you. BC Tech, thank you. A lot of motion sickness in VR comes from low FPS. If your settings aren't optimal, you're getting too low FPS, you will feel sick. Maybe I can look into that, but I feel sick with every headset. I have the Vive Ultimate. I feel sick with it. I had the Quest 2, which very quickly became my parents' headset because they really like it. That makes me feel sick. I had the Valve Index. That makes me feel sick. Thank you. Return of the McDonald's streams. You mean the mic stand will finally stop randomly attacking you? Eventually. I'm worried about getting like the base room set up before I worry about getting the nice audio stuff. Oh, I'm also getting a nice chair. That's another thing. I don't technically need a new chair. I've been using my parents' like leftover office chair with the wiggly ass arms and everything, but I just want everything to be contained. It's got like I do this for a living, and ideally I want to start doing longer streams. So I got a chair, like an arm, the arms of it like fold down slightly, and it also has like a little pull out on the bottom. It's like a fucking $300 chair, which is way too much to spend on a fucking chair, but it's got like the little fucking pull out thing so I can like put my legs up. Right now I just put my feet on the wall. I'm using a plastic fold out desk. My mic is just on the fucking table. I am improving everything. I'm improving literally fucking everything from the foundation up. We're gonna have good foundations and we're gonna fucking build off of that. No more fucking jerry-rigging shit into working. Can we get a picture by chance of my feet touching the wall? Of the pic of the wall? No, you fucking weirdos! No! But another nice thing is I'm not gonna need sunlight in this room, so I can fully cover the window, because like this is like sleeping and streaming in the same room is fucking miserable, because everything that will improve your streaming is a direct decline of quality of health or quality of life for like sleeping and being in your room. Welcome, thank you. Pippa Rappa, I have good news. There's a Minecraft Civ event coming up. We can make Pakistan a real thing and show the world that Pakistan is superior. Huh? Minecraft Civ event. But yeah. So I can just fully block off this window and everything. Pippa, sunlight is so good for your mood. It is. And maybe I'll put like some sun emulating lamp up, but like I need to be able to like fully block the windows. General cut, thank you. My chair is like 5 years old. Legit took it from a dump. Based. Maybe I won't block off the window. I don't know. I have to see how good the audio is. I have to see how good the audio is because, like, my current audio is such dog shit. And windows are like the biggest culprit of ruining audio. But Vanilla, thank you. This is all really exciting. You deserve to upgrade and optimize things. Looking forward to what you have planned. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pippa has achieved neat life with a baby. I don't live in a van down by the river. Ah! Anyways. Greta, thank you. You'll never be a real house. You have no foundation. You have no attic. You are a vehicle twisted by wheels into a crude mockery of a home. Shut the fuck up. Don't you fucking come after my RV like that. I've grown really attached to my RV. I've grown very, very attached to it. I guess because it is my home. But I really like it. I do want to do a bunch of upgrades to it. I was thinking about tearing out the table and chair section and making it into like a proper desk setup. But I don't know. I need to just have a better like portable setup, like because I have my laptop. So you know what, making my RV have like a dedicated streamer setup. I think that's a bad idea. I need to just improve my laptop setup because I can take my laptop anywhere versus the RV. In terms of like actual off collabs I'm going to be doing with it, not that high. And I already have, at least in the works, the proper office space. So that's a lot of space to dedicate, yeah, when I don't have a lot of space. Oh man, I've been like downsizing my stuff now. Getting rid of stuffed animals is so hard. It's so hard. I just keep thinking if I get rid of them, somebody's gonna like give them to their dog and they're gonna get torn up or something. It gives me so much anxiety. But I can't keep all this stuff. I have too much crap. The Mary Kondo treatment. Don't get rid of any Pippa merch. I have not, and I do plan on putting up some of the Pippa merch you guys have given me and I have accrued and bought over the years. I just don't know where yet, because I don't want it in the office space. I'm doing my office space like nice calming green colors, and I have like a bunch of other VTuber merch that I'm gonna put up in there, and the snake is going in there. Will you share something? Thank you. Will your RV be on display at FaceCon? No! What the fuck? No! You guys will like plant a tracker in it or something. I saved all my stuffed animals for my kids. I would give them to my sister's kids, but she, like, throws them away and stuff, so... Nah, man. But did you get a hoggy? No, not yet. Not yet. Alright. Let's get on to the snake stuff. It's been almost 30 minutes.
Hey, what's up, Rattlers? So it's finally springtime here in my home state of Minnesota, and for years, every spring, I've been coming right here to the prairies of central Minnesota. This is one of my favorite places to herp in the world, and the reason is because there are actually a lot of species of snakes and other reptiles that call these central prairies home, namely the western hognose snake or the plains hognose snake, and I'll get into that difference a little bit later on in this video. And so we're gonna see how the plains hognose snake is living out here in the wild, so that we better know how to care for them in our homes.
I'm Dave Kaufman, and I am obsessed with reptiles. So come with me and join my reptile adventures.
Dun, dun, dun.
At Zilla, we are dedicated to the innovation of caging, lighting, and equipment solutions that provide proper husbandry for your pet's long and happy life. To see our entire catalog, visit zillarules.com.
Matt Algman, this the cultivation arc is pretty kick-ass. Skip ahead. Hognoses are pretty cute. They are.
So in this habitat, the prairies of central Minnesota, hognose snakes in this habitat are actually quite common. And the easiest way to find them is in the springtime because the grass isn't so overgrown and they are just coming out of hibernation again. And therefore, all you really need to do is walk around the prairies and find their overwintering dens. And generally speaking, they're going to be really close to those dens this time of year. So look at this. This is exactly what we're looking for. This is a small mammal burrow and you can see the tracks from where snakes are coming in and out of this hole.
Okay, so hognoses like to go underground. So we need to give them little hidey spots underground.
And this is where the hognose snake...
They actually sell, little, whatchamacallits, like tubes and stuff that you can buy for your snake tank that, like, it creates like a cave so you can, like, see the snake go into it and then they have like a little cave. Like a den, yeah. Are they poisonous? No, but they are rear fang venomous. Slightly. Not to a dangerous extent.
Are overwintering in small little burrows like this. So with these tracks out of this hole being this fresh, chances are there's a hognose just right around in this area. There we go. There we go. There's a little hoggy sitting right here. Look at that. Oh,
look at him.
Are you gonna play dead on me, buddy? Are you gonna play dead? Come here. Come up here. There you go.
No!
There he goes.
He's dead.
So that is classic hognose behavior. As soon as you touch a wild hognose, they will go through this death row where they will open their mouth and they will open their cloaca and crap all over themselves, writhe around and play dead. They are really good actors at playing dead, but
I can't believe he died.
So if you take the hognose after he's played dead and flip him over...
No.
Oh, you're not gonna do it for... Yeah, you're gonna make me look bad because... Well...
Usually they go back to playing... They play dead again, basically. They, like, flip around so they look extra dead.
There. All right. We did it. But this is a classic hognose defense mechanism. And what they're doing is, he thinks I'm a predator that's about to eat him, so he wants to make himself look as unappetizing as possible. So he's going to gape his mouth open, roll on his back, he's going to open that cloaca, and just dump all over the place, musk all over the place. And whereas other snakes have adopted a very similar defense mechanism, hognoses, man, they are really dedicated to the act.
They shit themselves,
whereas plains hognose, some of them do it, some of them don't. The one who gets the Oscar for the best acting is the eastern hognose snake. And you can see just how dedicated he is to the act.
The agony, oh no, the misery, oh God, oh no, oh man, it's so, oh man, life, what is life, oh God, I once knew life, now I don't know life anymore, now I'm dead, oh.
And one of the most comical things about this is that if you flip them back over onto their bellies,
I'm still dead, I'm still dead.
That they need to be on their back in order to really sell the idea that they're dead. And they'll flip
so
right back over.
Oh no, I'm still dead.
So here in Minnesota, we actually have the plains hognose snake and the eastern hognose snakes. So you can definitely see why the eastern hognose snake wins the Oscar for the best acting for playing dead. But right now, let's go back to the prairies in central Minnesota. So this little guy is a plains hognose snake. Why not a western hognose snake? Well, I'll get to that in a second, but this is a male and...
Amanogawa, my cloaca does the same after you. What the hell?
This guy is fresh out of hibernation here on the prairies in Minnesota.
Wait, he's
I
kind of
bet you he's only been out for about a week. The weather has been really cold this spring. Usually when these guys come out of hibernation, they are all banged up. They've got sores on them from, you know, sitting around for 6 months during the long Minnesota winter, but this guy... he seems pretty all right.
Huh?
He's got a little sore right here. I don't know if you guys can see that, but usually these guys are absolutely covered with these when they emerge in the springtime. And this guy, wow, you had a good winter, didn't you? In all the years I've been coming up here, I've noticed that males seem to emerge from their hibernation dens, which are mammal burrows out here on the prairie, much sooner than females do. And I don't know if the reason for that is because the males emerge from their dens and start immediately cruising to find those females, and the females emerge and just kind of stay put by those dens. So getting back to the topic of why these are called plains hognose and not western hognose is because...
How come they're not bitey? It might be that they don't want to expend their venom if they're not in like an immediate threat situation.
Back in the past, probably 20 years ago, pre-2000,
How do you determine the sex of a snake? With some species of snake, you can tell by how long their tail is. And you might be wondering where the tail is on a snake, but so past their cloaca, is usually like the tail part of the snake. And you can see like a little bit of like a dip there where it starts to change. And yeah.
Was grouped into a group of hognose snakes called the Western hognose snake, and it included this guy, which is a plains hognose snake.
It's not all tail. It's not all tail.
It included the dusty hognose snake, which is 𝐒𝐤𝐢𝐻𝐿.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's usually like the females have a thicker tail, a thicker, longer tail, and males usually skinnier, shorter tail.
It included the Mexican hognose snake, which is 𝐾𝐻𝐿𝐼.
I think that's how it is for hognoses, at least. Like, the females, if I remember correctly, get a lot bigger than the males.
That group as a whole of those three snakes were called Western hognose snakes. Again, the plains hognose snake, the dusty hognose snake, and the Mexican hognose snake. Those three in that group were called Western hognose snakes. This one was always called plains hognose snake, but over time, they just kind of got the name Western hognose snake and it stuck. But it's not actually correct. These are actually, again, plains hognose snakes. So that is pretty much what hognose snakes are doing out here in the springtime, out here on the Minnesota prairies. But what about later on in the spring when the breeding season is really cooking out here on the prairies? So today I have Emily from Snake Discovery, and we just found this male cruising around this prairie, and this is actually Emily's lifer hognose snake. So I want to take a little time and talk about breeding hognose snakes and what they're doing out here in the wild.
I don't care about that. Paraplanet and missionary, thank you. Looking forward to 𝐒𝐲𝐶𝐚 content. Can't wait to see your tank set up. Also, male snakes have the thinner, longer tail. Girls are short and thick. I think that depends on the species in general, right? Right?
And how to breed them in our homes as well. So
Emily, you
the best
snakes are solid
bred
ones.
hognoses for a number of years, right?
Yeah, 4-ish years. I have a couple girls ready to drop any day right now.
Nice, nice. So
I want to skip to actually talking about where they live.
I've found hognoses out cruising around at 84 degrees air temperature when the ground temperature is about 20 degrees hotter than that. So they will come out in those extreme temperatures, but this time of year, I'm finding more hognoses cruising around when the temperature is actually cold enough for you to wear a jacket. But the difference is that the ground temperature is much warmer than the air temperature. So the hognoses are coming out in those cold air temperatures because the ground is hotter, which actually is a testament to how important belly heat is with your hognoses at home. And to illustrate that, the ground temperature, look at that, 99 degrees. Over here, the ground temperature is 97.
It's so hot.
In the grassy area of the prairie, and we've got temperatures right in the upper 70s. The temperature drops to the upper 70s in the grass area over here, and this time of day is when the hognoses are going to spend most of their time in this grassy area. And this time of year...
How would you emulate that with a snake enclosure, though? Because, like, heat pads are notoriously unreliable and potentially dangerous. The sun heats the ground?
The hognoses are going to be found on these open areas in the mornings and the evenings where they sun themselves and absorb all that belly heat. And then as that gets too hot, they're just going to go right over here and retreat into the cooler grasses. So that is what the hognose snakes are doing out here on the prairies in the springtime. But what about further on into the year, into summertime, when naturally the temperatures increase to almost 90 degrees or in the mid-30s? It can even get over 100 degrees air temperature.
Because I have a heat lamp for my ball python. But I never thought about, like, I guess the temperature difference between the substrate and the air?
Out here on this prairie. And if the air temperature is that hot, then the ground temperature can be up to 20 degrees hotter. And you can wander this entire prairie this time of year and not really see any hognoses. There's a few left here, but the majority of them have left this prairie simply because there's very little refuge on this prairie from that intense summer heat. So if the majority of hognoses aren't on this prairie this time of year, where do hognoses go in the summertime? Well, the majority of them come right here into the middle of the wetlands. It's noticeably cooler in the lower wetlands, but there's another reason why hognose retreat from the prairie into wetlands in the summertime. And it used to be thought for a lot of years that hognoses simply went into something called estivation, which, think about that as like a reverse hibernation. When it gets too hot, they go into a dormant period just like they do in the winter, and it was long thought that that's what hognoses were doing in the hot summer months. But thanks to research by Jeff LeClaire, who actually did his research right here in Minnesota, he discovered that the hognoses weren't going into estivation. They were coming into the wetland, and there's a very specific reason why they are coming into the wetlands. So if you've ever noticed that sometimes during the summer months, your hognose may go off feed. He won't want mice at all.
Just eat it. Just open your mouth, take the mouse.
And what these snakes are doing out here in the wild is they're actually changing not only their summer habitats, but they're changing their summer habits. So the hognose snakes will come into wetlands like this, and they will climb up on these cattails and...
That was a big mouse. Am I crazy, or is this mouse not oversized for this hognose? I feel like I've heard a lot about Dave Kaufman, so I assume he knows what he's doing and talking about, but I always heard that the mouse should be only like as wide as the head of the snake. 1.5 times the width, or 1.5 the width of the body is the key. 1.5 times? Really? Snakes can unhinge their jaws. Yeah, but their body is only so big.
Your mouth, take the mouse.
And what these snakes are doing out here in the wild is they're actually changing not only their summer habitats, but they're changing their summer habits. So the hognose snakes will come into wetlands like this.
How often do snakes choke? I don't know about them choking, but I know that they'll throw up their food if they get stressed. Miner goes, thank you. Mice are squishy, Pippa. They go down surprisingly easy, even if they look too big.
And they will climb up on these cattails and wrap...
Or sometimes they just throw up when they're being assholes.
Their tails around it, hovering over a water source where they know that a lot of amphibians are going to be hanging out. And they literally turn into little vipers in the summertime. So they will hang out on these cattails, and when a frog comes along, zap, they'll take it from above just like a little viper. So in these summer months, not only is the habitat of the hognose changing from the prairies to these wetlands, but their diet is changing as well. They're really not interested in taking mammals anymore. Now they want amphibians, and that could explain why hognoses so frequently go off feed in the summer months. So because hognose snakes shift their summer habits to the wetlands, it can be really frustrating when your hognoses go off feed.
Just eat it. Just eat the mouse.
What do you do to remedy this? Flatline Dixie, thank you for the 20. Hey, Pippa. I built an anti-doxing tool you mentioned. It scrubs location data from websites and adds a bunny cloak watermark. If you want to check it out, I can send it your way. Can you upload it to Greasy Fork? And I'll take a look at it through there? Oh,
man.
Feed them frogs? Where the fuck do you buy frogs from?
And therefore, you have to be really diligent with your hognose snakes in the summer months if they go off feed, and monitor their weight. And if they're losing weight by going off feed, as some do, some don't, some eat mice the entire...
The frog store. Catch them. You shouldn't give... So for snakes, it's very easy for them to get sick and get parasites and get disease. So you should never give your snake like wild caught anything to eat, and then you should also not put anything from outside into their tank without like boiling it first. So if you find like a cool rock that you want, don't just put it in your snake's tank. Make sure you boil it first. 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴, usually if you get hognose and he is picky, you also get a pet toad to rub your feeders on. I don't want a pet toad.
Entire summer long, but the ones that do go off feed, they want those amphibians during the summer months. And that's why it's really important that if your hognose snake does go off feed in these summer months, to scent the mice with either frogs or toads to get them eating regularly again. I would not suggest moving them over to frogs and toads in the summer months, because then they can get hooked and they'll never touch another mouse. So it's always better to scent the mouse with a frog or a toad as opposed to switching them over to an amphibian diet.
Oh, Glimlock, thank you. Pippi greatly misunderstood the stream and thought you were building some sort of serpentine armor vehicle. What the fuck? Is there any particular reason you don't want a toad? Because toads are hard to care for. And I don't like them that much. Like, I think toads are okay, but I don't want them. It's like, you have to worry about, like, water. And water's like, I know it doesn't sound like much, but like water's like a pain in the ass, chat. It goes bad. It gets bacteria in it from feeding the toads. It gets like you have to worry about like the humidity of the tank, and like water fucks with like the temperature. And Zena, thank you. Why is it that animals in the wild can survive something that would put you and me into the ground, but in captivity they have allergies and stuff? Man, I don't know. Binary goes, a fun fact, hognose snakes evolved from the French. Oh my god.
But to say that all hognoses leave the prairie and go into the wetland, it's like saying all humans do this, or all squirrels do this. And so while the majority of hognoses are off this prairie this time of year and into the wetlands, there are still a few hognoses.
From working at a museum, I've seen lots of instructions for exhibitions to avoid water.
Left here. Female hognose snakes will stay on this prairie until they lay their eggs, and they will lay them in mammal burrows or in moist, rotten logs, whatever they can find that's suitable to lay their eggs. And then after they lay their eggs, that's when they leave this prairie to go into the wetlands. And on the topic of egg laying, I have asked a lot of biologists that I know that have been studying hognose snakes in the wild if there is any evidence that hognose snakes are double clutching here in the wild. And although there really is no documented proof as of right now that hognose snakes are in fact double clutching out here in the wild, it doesn't mean that they're not, and more work has to be done.
I don't care about that!
Just spent the majority of the summer and come back here onto the...
Dave, I did not like your video. Sorry.
If you're thinking about getting a
on to Wiccan's Wicked Reptiles. We're going to learn about Western hognose care in captivity.
Hognose snake, you're going to need the perfect enclosure for one. And today, we're going to be setting up on any budget the perfect enclosure for your adult or your baby.
This one is so much quieter.
My name's Adam. This is 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴. You're watching Wiccan's Wicked
Reptiles.
Reptiles.
Hi, 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐿𝐴. Ekans.
Stick around.
Chat, say hi. Say hi to Ekans, chat. Wave to him. Aww, cute.
Now, normally I have my co-host with me, but hognose snakes are not good at holding on to you, and also there's a bucket of rats in the next room, and my girl has a very healthy appetite. So the idea here is to make it quick and to make it pretty cheap, but not skimp out and not cut corners. So what you're going to need is an enclosure. Now,
chat waving to the snake is very endearing. I like that.
My opinion, what's good for an adult male would be about 20 gallons or bigger. An adult female, bare minimum, 40 gallons or bigger. But here's the issue with gallons. Because if you look at this enclosure here, it's only a foot high, which is fine for a hognose snake because hognose snakes don't really climb. There's a whole care guide right here if you want to watch. So all that matters...
There's a different care guide? Then what was the point of this one? Strip lights, heating? Okay, well, I guess this one still works.
And this one here is 24 by 24. So we're talking about 4 square feet. So that's bigger than a 40-gallon breeder anyway. So this, in my opinion, is the perfect setup. Now, what you're going to want to do is get your PVC enclosure, your glass enclosure, whatever it is, and clean it out. So that's what I did. This one I bought on a Kijiji deal. Kijiji is the Canadian version of Craigslist, if you're unaware.
Disgusting.
And I cleaned it out, and what I did is I put some lights into it and I heated it up. That's the first thing that we want to talk about, because all snakes are ectotherms, which means they need to heat themselves up with the outside temperature, with the sun, whatever it is. They can't produce their own body heat like you and I. But before you do that, I suggest lighting. Now, there's a bunch of different ways. If you have something like a 20-gallon breeder and you want to stick a light fixture on the top, that's
why female need twice the tank, because they get twice as big.
Easiest way to do it, because you put the lid on and you just rest the light on top of it. If you have a PVC like this, and the reason I like them is because they're stackable, so it creates a lot of extra room for you. It looks beautiful when you walk into a room as well. And just they're very light and easy to manage. So what I do is I buy these strip lights. There's a link in the description below. It is an affiliate.
These people make the house lights from like the Christmas light videos we watch.
Link. So if you buy them, I make a couple cents. I'm not getting
rich. We can give our snake RGB gamer cave.
But they're the ones I use because they're resistant to water, they're resistant to temperature, they're not going to fall off. So the lights I've already put in. I'll show you how I did it with a different enclosure. Basically, you drill into the side of the enclosure if it hasn't been drilled in already, and you feed your strip lights inside of it. Take the adhesive back off.
Wait, but what do you do if it's a glass vivarium?
I do all the way around, which gives it just the nicest appeal because the light comes from all the way around. Don't worry about the lumens. If you give them enough highs, which you will if you follow the setup, it doesn't matter how bright the lights are, but I always keep mine at the lowest setting. And with hognose snakes, if you choose, because they are a diurnal species, although it is not needed and they can live perfectly healthy lives without it, you can always give them UVB lights, which I do for some, but not others. It's an experiment that I'm doing. This one here just has an ambient daylight to give them a day-night cycle. And for heating, there's a few options. You can use a radiant heat panel. Now, this enclosure actually is split into two. So on the other side, depending on what you want, do you want me to do a milk snake or a king snake or a corn snake? Let me know in the comment section below and we'll make another video setting that one up too. But the point being, I think that for an enclosure like this, heating it from the bottom.
Chat, we're only doing one. We're only getting one setup, all right?
With heat tape or a heat mat or two heat mats is gonna work the best. And what I do is I just take some heat tape, I cut it to the appropriate length, and then I connect that heat tape with these little clips. I don't know where to get them anymore. My supplier went out of business. Sorry, I can't direct you to a good place.
What the fuck?
And then I connect that to a thermostat, which again, linked in the description, affiliate link. I make a couple cents, not getting rich, just trying to give you the option to get.
I've never seen anybody do this before, and I've watched quite a few enclosure setup videos. What the fuck? He puts this on the top? Cool cut, thank you. I'm not gonna lie, this reminds me of my desire to build a terrarium and cementing my desire to build one. There'll be a big tank where everything eats. It's no.
What I get, and then I stick that into the wall. Always use a thermostat. Never kind of raw dog your heat. That's a weird way of saying it. Never just plug your heat mat or your heat tape into the wall. It could fail. It could cause a fire. It could cause a dead animal. Don't cook your animals.
It's more common when you make snake racks. Oh. And this seems like a lot of work. Are you sure the armored tank would be easier?
Bad. And then the last piece of housekeeping before we actually get to the fun part, this is the probe. Your thermostat is going to have a probe on it. You stick it through that same hole that you stuck everything, your lighting, and if you put a heat panel, that type of thing. I always stick this
My supplier went out of business is crazy.
On the bottom of the enclosure, under the heat tape, or above the heat tape, I guess I should say. And I either silicone it there or I suction cup it there. And that's how I know what the surface temperature of the actual hotspot is going to be. And that's
Wait, where did he say to put this?
To a thermostat, which again, linked in the description.
Chat, this is crazy.
Make a couple cents, not getting rich, just trying to give you the option to get what I get. And then I stick that into the wall. Always use a thermostat.
Into the... Wait.
That never kind of raw dog your heat. That's a weird way of saying it. Never just plug your heat mat or your heat tape into.
Is he putting this on the top of the tank? Oh, Charlotte Bear, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're learning about hognose snake enclosures.
It could fail. It could cause a fire. It could cause a dead animal. Don't cook your animals. Bad. And then the last piece of housekeeping before we actually get to the fun part. This is the probe. Your thermostat is going to have a probe on it. You stick it through that same hole that you stuck everything, your lighting, and if you put a heat panel, that type of thing.
Yeah, the probe goes on the wall, but where does the tape go?
I always stick this kind of on the bottom of the enclosure, under the heat tape, or above the heat tape, I guess I should say.
Wait, so the heat tape go... Wait. He sticks the heat probe on the bottom? Above the heat tape... Wait. Probe... Wait, so he puts the heat tape on the bottom? What? Purple Animation, thank you. Watch Clinton's reptiles videos on hognoses. Well, Pen, thank you. He puts the probe onto the snake just to make sure.
I either silicone it there or I suction cup it there. And that's how I know what the surface temperature of the actual hotspot is going to be. And that's just how it works. So yeah, I get asked that question a lot. Okay, let's get to the fun part. This is the part where you put your substrate. Everything is going to be built from the ground up. And what you want is a clean base and then put substrate. Now for hognose snakes, you have a few options. I like to use aspen. That is my preferred type of substrate for hognose snakes. You could also use a coconut core and sand mixture, 50.
I use coconut husk right now. Or not husk. Is it husk? I don't know. It's the cocoa fiber blocks. Recommend, thank you. Personally, I would use looped armor and not add reactive armor. It is expensive to replacement charges for my snake tank.
50. Make sure it's dry because Western hognose snakes, which is what we're talking about, like it a little bit drier. Again, check the care guide if you want to learn a little bit more. But regardless, that's what I like to use because it's easily cleanable. It's not going to be moist.
I don't like aspen. It gets stuck in their cloaca vent.
There, so it's not going to mold. And it's going to soak up a little bit of the feces so you can kind of scoop it up like cat litter. And also,
wait, what is this?
You could also use a coconut core and sand mixture, 50-50. Make sure it's dry because Western hognose snakes, which is
coconut core and sand mixture,
what we're talking about, like it a little bit drier. Again, check the care guide if you want to learn a little bit more. But regardless, that's what I like to use because it's easily cleanable. It's not going to be moist in there, so it's not going to mold. And it's going to soak up a little bit of the feces so you can kind of scoop it up like cat litter. And also aspen is really cheap. Not that cheapness should be your main goal here, but we are trying to do this in the most cost-effective way possible. Now, how much aspen you actually use or substrate, whatever it is that you use, you could even use paper towel if you want. I don't recommend it.
I feel like the coconut fiber and sand mixture might be... I would think that would be more enriching for the snake. Like having the various like textures, I guess. Mr. Anime AMV Maker, thank you. I'll ask you if you'll show off how big your snake is, but YouTube would probably ban you if you do. What?
Because if you've done your research, you know that hognose snakes are a digging snake. That's why they have
closer to ground soil composition.
Hognose, it's for digging. So I give them enough substrate that they can burrow through it. So because this doesn't have a very big lip, it kind of goes towards...
It convinces the snake it's at the beach and on tropical island. Snakes love tropical holidays.
Piles towards the back. After substrate is basically decoration, but within decoration there are some important things that I need to mention to you. You need to make sure that you've got two hides. In my opinion, a warm hide and a cool hide. And it's
I do this already.
Especially when shedding, to give them a humid hide. The warm hide and the cool hide is very easy, and because I ran the heat tape front to back, which gives them a gradient, so the cool end is actually at the front and the warm end is at the back. So I'm going to put in the back corner one of the hides, which is going to be the warm hide.
Well, Dixie, thank you. Just posted on there. For you, it's called Project Bunny Glove. Thank you! I'll take a look at it after stream.
On top of the heat tape, it's giving them the warmth that makes it a warm hide. And then on the opposite corner or the corner right across from it, I'll put the cool hide. So it gives them an option to hide in either type of thermal gradient where they want. If they want to hide in a warm place or a cool place, they can decide. What I always do if you want to add a humid hide, which I only do during shedding or egg laying, which is something that if you want, hit subscribe because we're going to be breeding these guys this year. You'd want to put that at the warm side because cold and wet is not good for these guys. It's bad for the respiratory system. Warm and wet is better, but they're only going to be in there for a short amount of time anyway. For the hides, there's a bunch of different options you can use. You can kind of use these like rounds. This is, I think it's a reptile actual
from what I've heard, these kinds of hides are actually not ideal. Not necessarily bad, I guess, but because there's multiple exit points, the snake is unable to feel fully secure in the hide, right? Because it's like they're not able to like fully hide in it, right? You would have to cover up more of the entrances.
use these like rounds. This is, I think it's a reptile actual product, which if you watch a channel, I don't usually buy stuff like this. Normally I'll make stuff myself. So I'll use kind of like a brick that's been turned over or that's piled up.
I'm glad this guy has tattoos. I would never take reptile advice from a non-tattooed guy.
Or I'll make something out of styrofoam and coat it in drywall.
Illusion of safety,
like
yeah.
that. Or you can just go to the reptile store. This cost me $9, I think, back in the day. And you can stick this inside of there on the warm side or cool side. And then on the other opposite side, and then on the other side,
he probably knows more than you, to be honest. I'm sure he knows way more than me, but there are some things that even if he, like, how do I say this right? There are some things that just because he does them, I'm not going to assume that that is the go-to correct way. You know? I'm not saying, like, I know more than him, just that there are some things where it's like with the hide situation, right? It's like, he might be fine with that, but I know at least it would make me personally feel better to have especially since it's not something that could potentially subtract from the animal's care. It would make me feel better to have a hide that does allow the snake to fully tuck itself away. Because when you think about it feels to be like a more rational belief, even if it's something he doesn't prescribe to fully or whatever. It's like what I think about, like, in nature, right? Animal burrows, usually only one entrance, right? There's a reason for that. So I'm not saying like that logic follows through with literally everything in animal care, but I think it's fine to like draw the line in the sand with some things. You know? It's not to say you couldn't put one of these hides in the enclosure. It's just that I would not offer this as a primary hide for the snake. This would be more of like an optional thing. And if the snake likes it, that's good. That's great. But I would want to make sure that there are hides that, in my opinion, would fulfill my idea of what the snake would prefer.
Side or the opposite side, you can stick something else. For bigger,
it's difficult to determine how much the snake cares. I don't think so. I think it's pretty easy to figure out what animals like and dislike. And that is like anthropomorphizing them like a little bit of like, oh, well, like they're not consciously thinking I like this more or I dislike this more. But when you think about it in terms of like stress levels, right? You can usually tell when an animal is stressed, and then you can see what their preferences are by saying like, okay, like if you do have a hide that only has one entrance versus a hide that has multiple entrances. If the snake is spending more time in the hide with multiple entrances, okay, maybe that means that the snake likes that hide more. Okay, well, upon like further study of the animal, the snake is spending that time when it wants to bask during like the daylight hours, but then goes back to a hide that's fully underground with only one entrance at night, right? Like you can learn the animal's preferences and how these things apply. You just have to watch and create these opportunities for the animal.
Enclosures, I've used things like overturned kind of washing dishes or fruit dishes or things like that. For this one, I had some extra actual reptile products because I do a lot of 𝐒𝐶𝐍𝐶 deals, and when I buy animals or rescue animals, they oftentimes come with their enclosures and the stuff in them, which a lot of the times the owner bought from a reptile shop or a pet shop. So in this case, I'm just using 3 hides, and all of them are reptile-related products. And that human hide I was talking about...
You don't have that information, so your theory is more or less valid than his? I mean, I won't know until I have hands-on experience with the hognose. However, I do have prior experience with snakes that would lead me to believe that a one-entrance hide is more logically sound. And that's not to say that all snakes will have the same preferences, but that is to say I do have some experience in this field, and rationally, again, like looking at nature, this is how these animals live. So it's at least worth experimenting.
There's a few ways you can
I don't understand, thank you. You are correct, Pippa. My snake liked its shoebox cage over the big terrarium I made for it. Refused food for a year until I put it back in its box. Okay, that sounds like there's more issues at play. If your snake didn't like the big terrarium you made for it, that sounds like it would potentially be like a coverage issue. Not a snake expert, but again, logical assumption here. It might be that your terrarium didn't have enough spots for the snake to hide. Not just like literal hides, but this is a reason why a lot of people will put like plants in their habitat, is so the snake has more coverage from like the perceived sky, right? Because these are animals that are preyed upon by other animals. They want to be hidden. They want to be surrounded by things that make them feel safe. So for the shoebox, the snake might have preferred the shoebox because it was less space overall, and it didn't feel like it was as out in the open. Depending on how bright the enclosure was, it might have preferred the shoebox because it was dark, and so it felt like it was in a cave, versus being in the tank, it might have felt like there's so much light and there's nowhere for me to really hide. Binary goes, thank you. Hearing someone be so thoughtful about a snake's living preferences is refreshing. Thank you, Bibba. Thank you! I hope I'm not coming off as annoying and like, oh man, I know better than this guy who, like, Wicked Reptiles, he has like fucking over like 100 snakes. Like, he definitely does know what he is talking about with a lot of things. It's just, I am going to have some disagreements on husbandry.
A sandwich container and just put sphagnum moss and coconut coir or whatever that holds a lot of humidity inside of there, and then cut a hole in the lid. That's the easy way. It doesn't look as nice. Or you can get a hide and just stick sphagnum moss inside of it, which is what I've done here. Next, you're gonna need a water bowl. Here again, you can use something that's branded for reptiles that looks like a rock or whatever. Or you can go...
Willow, you nerding out? You sound like you care about animals. Name thank you. Snake goes in box because that's where spaghetti lives.
Go to the dollar store and buy something.
When you have 100 snakes, it becomes a lot harder to micromanage each enclosure. Yeah. I like snake discovery, and I wouldn't say that. God, I'm blanking on this guy's name. He has like a proper name. I just don't remember it. Is his name Adam? I don't remember. But with this guy, like, he doesn't do like snake racks. And I love snake discovery, but they do have like rack systems for their snakes. I don't like snake racks. I don't think it's, like, being 100% blunt, I don't think it's ethical, and I do take issue with like the mass production of snakes. I don't think that they're Pokemon cards that you should be trying to collect one of all of. I don't think you should be trying to go for all these rare morphs and stuff. I have a bit of a hypocrite. I do watch Snake Discovery do like their clutches, their clutch hatching videos where they show off like, oh, we got the hypo-exanthic snow hognose, blah, blah, blah. Like, I do like those videos, and I do like seeing what people create from these animals, but I also feel like my personal opinion, and I'm not going after anybody, I don't think this is like the end of the world or whatever. I just have like a bit of a disagreement of it where it's like, you don't have a lot of people taking conscientious care of their snakes. at least in America. You know, a lot of people, they don't really care. They don't want to spend a bunch of money to make the enclosure as pleasant for the animal as possible. They're not going to view it as they would like a dog or a cat. It's like a lot of people just don't care about animals like that, right? So it's kind of like when you have a society where the equivalent would be the vast majority of people just kind of like putting their dog on a leash outside and never giving it attention or doing anything with it and just feeding it whatever cheap dog food they can find and they don't really care. Like, that's kind of like how it feels like most people treat snakes. And so it does feel like a little bit irresponsible, like with the current state of the average snake ownership standards. It's like breeding that many animals. You're never going to find good homes for all those animals. Snake Discovery does do a great job finding homes for them. But they also are a channel with millions of subscribers and have a much stronger ability to do that. Which is, I guess, like why I can give Snake Discovery more of a pass. But if you're not like Snake Discovery, where you have millions of subscribers who are usually like young and impressionable kids that you can teach how to care for animals properly, you just end up with a bunch of snakes out there looking for homes and people that don't know, don't care, don't want to know how to take care of them. So I don't know. Like, it's not the end of the world. It's just, to me, like, it feels like the reptile equivalent of like a puppy mill, and I don't understand how it's so acceptable. I don't know.
That was $1.25, which is just this ceramic type. I don't even know what it's for. You could probably make like creme brulee in this. I think that's what it's branded for. And the reason I like to use these things over the reptile branded ones or disposable ones, first of all, the reptile branded ones often are porous or they're intricate in design and they take a little bit longer to clean, and I've got a lot of animals. So
snakes can tolerate some crazy conditions, doesn't mean they should. No.
There's a reptile room tour right here if you want to meet the crew. So it just takes more time. If you do one dish that's like this, which is not porous, so it takes like 3 seconds. The other ones take 30 seconds. So add 27-second time difference up times 80 animals, and you know, we're talking about weeks of time through the year. And the disposable ones are just bad for the...
That's just exotic pets in general. Kind of, yeah. I like exotic animals. I do believe that there can be an ethical exotic pet industry. It's just... we haven't reached that point yet. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're not quite there. I could go into like a multi-hour long rant about birds and my huge plethora of sad thoughts about owning birds and... but yeah, I'm not that's a whole nother tangent.
Tree hugger if you want. I don't care. I don't really like the throw.
I want to stay positive. I'll try to stay mostly positive.
Goes on the cool side because it's a Western hognose snake and they like a cooler type temperature, or cooler than a lot of other animals, and a drier type temperature. If you put it on the warm side, it would evaporate more, cause more humidity. For that reason, I keep it on the cool side, and although it is big enough for her to get into, hognose snakes don't usually soak, so not a big concern. Now at this point, it's pretty plain Jane in my opinion, and you would probably be okay with this, but here is my opinion, and people criticize me because they say, oh, well, you're virtue signaling. You always recommend bigger sizes than everybody else for your enclosures, and your snake is gonna get stressed, and they're gonna, like, all this ridiculous mumbo jumbo. Now, there are cases where some snakes do better in racks or smaller enclosures, but this is the
I just don't know if I could ever agree with that. I don't know if I could ever agree with that. I would have to see some sort of like proper trial on this for resisting the urge to yell. Not to yell. You know, this guy does know a lot. This guy has infinitely more experience than I do. But I just don't see how it could ever be possible for an animal, at least one that lives like out in the open in the wild, to do better in a rack system or a smaller enclosure. Like, I just don't see it. The only animals that I could think of that would do better with something like that are animals that lived in like very closed off ecosystems, like caves, like an animal that lives 100% of its life in a cave. But I don't know. I'm curious, like, what species he would say are an example of this.
10%, not the 90%. And I'm doing a video for the 90%, what you are probably going to get. And in that case, I think that what would help you...
Bugs, spiders? I would say insects don't generally count. As far as we know, insects do not process the world like a snake or a person might, right? Insects are more like little robots. You know? They're not that conscious. They don't seek enrichment. They're just like little robots. And so I think that they could be 100% fine in small enclosures. And I think that the science behind that is pretty verifiable. I'm not an entomologist, but like when you look at like jumping spiders, chat, you guys keep bringing up jumping spiders. Like an example of that is like if you look at jumping spider enclosures, they're very tiny. Jumping spider enclosures are like the size of like what's like an example, like a Pokemon booster box. All right, like they're small. You're using a lot of I think. Yes, because I'm not an expert in this field. I'm not a zoologist with a PhD. I'm not some gigabrain. I'm giving my personal input, and if you're like, oh, well, you should be giving your input because you don't know enough, well, you can watch like a different stream. But I'm adding that little disclaimer here of I think and I feel, because I don't have as much experience, as much like I don't have like the college education and shit. But they do like enrichment. Bees have been observed like playing with balls and smart enough to solve simple puzzles. I have never seen that before. I'll have to look into that. Huh. I've never heard of that. But yeah, again, to my knowledge, with insects, like they're not. They don't. Again, somebody in chat just brought up that bees apparently like to play with balls. I'll have to look at that. So, to my knowledge, don't really need enrichment, but I don't know. We know that some kinds of bugs, such as spiders, can feel stress. I think that makes sense. I think stress is a very natural reaction to have. Keystrike, thank you. I know you love birds. I almost made a comment about my cat hunting birds and he went off on an hour-long tangent sounding like you want to tear my face off. I'm sorry. Fenrir goes, thank you. Insects once ruled this world and they will again. Then we'll see what sort of enclosures they'll deem fit for you. Ah! Pressures them, thank you. Some carnivorous plants like Venus flytraps can count and recognize environmental stimuli. They're arguably more intelligent than the flies. That's crazy. Is that why they're always killing themselves?
Especially with a larger enclosure that is well lit like this, is to give them an option to hide between hides.
Bugs do need enrichment, just not as much due to their size and adaptability.
You want to give them cover so they can go from hide to hide without being seen while feeling very safe.
There have been studies insects respond well with enrichment rather than not. I'm gonna have to look into this. I had no idea about any of this. I'm used to the... I guess I'm used to the sort of like, all right, I got a beetle. I put it in like a little terrarium. There's like some plants in there, but it's mostly just substrate for the beetle to bury in. Because beetles are all I really care about. Like, I like insects, but beetles are like the bulk of my interest, so.
Secure, which is again why I love PVC enclosures, because you've got one piece of plexiglass or glass and everything else is covered. So I always recommend, if you have a 20-gallon enclosure,
they're okay.
Glass, like a fish tank, cover 3 of the sides because it makes them feel like only a threat can come from one side. And even with
what? Oh, hey, wait a minute.
The sides, if you have a 20-gallon enclosure, it's made of glass, like a fish tank, cover 3 of the sides because it makes them feel like only a threat can come from one side. And even with PVC...
This is like what I was talking about with the hides, but brought to a broader scale.
It's better because the top is going to be opaque also. So threats can only come from one side. When you come in the enclosure, you're coming from one side. And snakes in general, a lot of the times they're eaten by birds, and those come from above, or bigger animals which come from above also. This is a tangent that wasn't needed here. Let's just continue setting this up. And my go-to for plant cover, things that make it look beautiful and give them cover, kind of 2 birds with 1 stone.
Get 2 birds stoned at once.
You know, is kind of dollar store plastic or silk type thing. So you can go to like a Michael's, like a craft store, but the dollar store is usually cheaper. So I'll buy things like this, which was literally $1.25 that you can spread out, gives them cover, or things like this, which is pretty, this time of the year it's tough. I'm filming this in January.
I would be cautious. I'm sure he already knows this, but for you guys who are looking at getting snakes and stuff, if you get artificial plants, they can melt, depending on what they're made out of. So pay attention to what they're made out of and like test it, like put it underneath like a heat lamp and see if it melts. Because also remember that if it melts, if your snake touches that, it's now got melted plastic on it. And even if it doesn't touch it, that's releasing fumes into the air that your snake is now breathing in.
The beginning of January, and it was like bare. So it's always better to do this kind of in the
yeah,
summer
could catch
or
fire.
spring. You'll have a
Sir,
better
thank you, fucking babies! Thank you, thank you, thank you!
Option in the floral section of your craft store or your dollar store. Just make it so that there are cover areas between the hides, so that if they wanted to, they could go virtually unseen from hide to hide. So in some cases, like you see here, the hide is actually completely covered too. So they go in the hide and have an extra layer of protection. And in my opinion, it just looks a little bit more beautiful this way. And I chose plants that are supposed to mimic things like ferns and things like that, which are part of the native range of where these hognose snakes are from. And if you're wondering, Adam, why didn't you do it bioactive? Why didn't you use real plants? Well, these are digging snakes, and there are ways to get around it. I'm just saying that this is easier.
Yeah, I heard that bioactive setups are not super feasible with hognose. Because I would have liked to do a bioactive setup. I keep wanting to do a bioactive setup for my ball python, and maybe eventually I will. But I don't know. Maybe... Nah, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe I'll put the ball python in my stream room as well. But I don't know. Flatline Dixie, thank you for coming, baby! Thank you! It's not that hard. I highly recommend it. Okay, well, let's look into a bioactive setup as well then. Too much upkeep? I've heard that bioactive setups are pretty easy to maintain, but I don't know. Bunch of heat-producing enclosures in your tiny study. Yeah, that is one concern, is the room that I'm, like... So, for those of you who joined in late, I live in an RV now, in my parents' backyard, and So the room inside my parents' house that was mine, I am now moving out of and changing rooms. Like, so there's a smaller room inside my parents' house that I'm going to be making my office instead. Because before, I had a room in my parents' house where it's like my bed and then my desk set up. So everything was all in one. Now, I'm living in the RV, so I don't need like a giant room anymore. I'm downsizing to like a smaller office space type deal, and I'm gonna be putting the hognose enclosure in that space. Right now, the ball python is in the RV. What did you do to get kicked out? I didn't get kicked out! I'm still going to be streaming in the house. But yeah. So 2 enclosures might be a bit much. I don't know. I don't think there is that much room. Sleepy, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Eclipse raid, huh? But you know, I think I'll keep the ball python in the RV. Binary goes, thank you. I think any home for your pet that is going to be bioactive works better the bigger it is. Nature is accustomed to open spaces. True. True.
And budget friendly in comparison to doing a bioactive setup for hognose snakes, which you can definitely do. It just takes a lot.
Kicked out. I wasn't kicked out of anywhere.
More work, a lot more patience, and a lot more money. And the very last thing that you're going to need, in my opinion, and it's very budget friendly. Again, link below if you want to buy one. Is just
𝐒𝐲𝐿 again. Idiot Carrot, thank you. Does that mean you'll pay for pay rent for 2 rooms to your parents? No, I don't pay any rent to my parents.
Thermometer. The digital ones with the screen on them, I think are great, especially for enclosures like this, which aren't going to encounter a lot of water, a lot of spraying, ambient humidity. Now this one here says it's like 66.6 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's just because I pulled it out of a box. This one's brand new. So the 𝐒𝐲𝐻𝐿 brand, you can use any brand. I'm not sponsored. This video is not sponsored by 𝐒𝐲𝐻𝐿. It's just the one that I found to last the longest. And there is a link in the description if you want to buy one, or a 2-pack or whatever it is. And with this, I like to stick it just kind of in the middle so I know the ambient temperature. If you stick the probe correctly, you're going to know what the hot spot is, and you want to know the ambient temperature.
So does he not have heating on the top of the tank? It's just on the bottom? Is it literally just heat on the bottom and then the top of the tank is just lighting? What other potato think you? Hey Pips, you should do a review of fan setups. Could be cool to see other tanks and reptiles and hear your feedback. I don't know how much feedback I'll be able to give, but could be cool. Background noise, thank you. Pippa pays her parents an exposure. Hell yeah.
As well, you can even use 2 of these, one on the warm side, one on the cool side. It's really up to you. I'd actually recommend using both. I just need to go open another box and get a second one. And now all that's left is to let your snake explore its brand new enclosure once you've brought it up to temperature. And it is actually a lot of fun to watch 𝐿𝐾𝐻𝐿 explore this beautiful enclosure. And that's it.
Wait, and how does he do hot side and cool side? Does the heat tape just not run the entire length of the enclosure? Or how does the heat tape work? Is the heat tape just like... I thought you said it goes the entire length of the enclosure. Is it just that the heat tape, the side that he clipped onto, is the most... is going to be the hottest? He said it was a gradient? It heats where it tapes? I've never used heat tape before. I've never even heard of heat tape. There's more power closer to the power cables. Chat, I didn't get kicked out. I'm still going to have a streaming space inside the house. Cool cop that you. Face Connect content house would go hard. Oh god, no.
That is all that there is to it. It's really simple. So it's taken me 31 minutes in real time to do this. By the time I cut this down, this video is going to be what, 12 or 14 minutes, right? It's really easy. It's really simple. It'll literally take you 20 minutes to do this. Once you get everything home and washed.
Does he have... Is the heat tape on here? the heat tape isn't listed in the equipment list.
And for heating, there's a few options.
Hold
you
on.
can use a radiant heat panel. Now, this enclosure actually is split into two. So on the other side, depending on what you want, do you want me to do a milk snake or a king snake or a corn snake? Let me know in the comment section
The
below.
supplier's out of business, but you would think you'd be able to find another link on Amazon to recommend.
That one up too. But the point being, I think that for an enclosure like this, heating it from the bottom with heat tape or a heat mat or 2 heat mats is going to work the best. And what I do is I just take some heat tape, I cut it to the appropriate length, and then I connect that heat tape with...
Okay, I'm probably gonna get a heat mat. I think I'll do a heat mat. That one, thank you. For the homeless, you have it. If I can find a nice one anyways. Also, I'm not homeless, man! I think I'll find a heat mat. It's strange how, like, the mindset towards heat mats has changed. Because I remember, like, 10 years ago, the attitude towards heat mats was like, don't ever do a heat mat. Don't ever do that because they might, like, overheat and kill your snake. Get a heat pad with a dial, not a switch, yeah. Maybe they were just worse back then. I guess they were just worse back then. I'll look for a heat mat. It's nice that they don't need above tank heating. Because that means that I don't have to fuck with getting lighting set up and then like the pain of, okay, well, like this one side, the temperature of this side is this temperature, and then the other side of the tank gets way too fucking cold, so I need to put another heat lamp up on the other side of the tank, and this side of the tank, now because there's 2 sources of heat, now it's like super fucking hot. They do still need UV. Yeah, but UV is not... doesn't come with the complications of balancing temperatures. 50 tons of cheese! Thank you for the $100! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Money towards new home! I like my RV, man! Leave me alone! Gamble, thank you! I'm sorry you got kicked out. I didn't get kicked out! And it's not my birthday! Well, the heat mats weren't good and only had 1 temp for the whole thing. Modern ones are way better and have a gradient. Graham, thank you. Chipping into the temporary homeless fund. Also, mushrooms have brains. See previous super chat. What the hell? Okay, so a heat mat. Very simple. Despite my actuallys with the video, I do really respect Adam's opinion. Overall. I don't mean to make my nitpicks be like throw the whole video out or whatever. And I will go through and I'll use some of his affiliate links to buy some stuff. Not the equipment for camera stuff. Wait, reptile spy cam. Wait, I will look at that. I'll look at the thermometer and hygrometer. Wait, there's like multiple ones of them. Smart humidifier, snake hook. Most of this isn't in the video. What the heck? I'll look at the lights too. Oh, the UVB light is on here. I'll look at the UVB light. Might buy that through him. Lunkus, thank you. Spent too much on Nimmy merch. Now we are homeless. Steven Dodge, thank you. Well, hey, Pip, I didn't know it was your birthday. It's not my birthday! Nevin Knackle, thank you. It's RV for road trip vids. They're just road trips. It's for living in and road trip vids. Streams? That's what, thank you. You'll be having a good birthday when you're living in a shut up! Binary goes, thank you. I remember being told to never use heat rocks for any of my turtles or tortoises or other reptiles, and then watching these same creatures lay in the middle of the road in the middle of summer. Turtles will be like, I want to die, and then lay in the middle of the road and get run over. Very good, thank you. The Under the Bridge homeless people did crown you their queen. No, they didn't. Evil Mandrake, thank you. Happy birthday, Pippa. It's not my birthday, and I don't need a new house! Oh my god. Okay, what was the other video? He had another video.
The Western hognose snake is
oh my god, this video is 5 years old.
quickly becoming one of the most popular pet snakes in the entire pet trade. And that's for good reason. If you're...
We'll look for a different one. Well, we don't really... Well, we got everything that we needed from here. Hold on. I'll make a list on screen. Okay. Spoiler warning. Okay. So list. We need the UVB light, heat mat, gradient. So maybe 2. Tension 3 and thank you. Peppa House Fund for a snake. Oh my god. We need bedding. I think we'll do the, was it cocoa fiber? He didn't put the bedding in here.
Where you put your substrate. Everything is going to be built from the ground up, and what you want is a cleanable. It's not going to be.
Hold on.
But we're talking about like it a little 50. Make sure it's dry. You could also use a coconut core and sand.
Coconut core. Alex, thank you. Donation towards your new home. Sorry to hear about the foreclosure. Oh my god. Background noise, thank you. With RV, hopefully we get gun range dreams. I have thought about not gun range, but going down to the woods. Cocoa core. Sand. Substrate. Does it matter what kind of sand, I wonder? Because there's a lot of different kinds of sand. Show me your whole thing of $50. Thank you. Pippa enclosure. What do you mean Pippa enclosure? Pippa gave me thank you. On another stream, another home, another birthday, something's never changed. Happy birthday, Pippa. Reiner goes like you. If you park your RV in a garage, are you still living in your RV? Are you now living in a garage? I would not park an RV in a garage. That would be miserable. Morgan Mason, thank you. Haven't got a stream in a while. Sucks to hear Pippa got I didn't get evicted. Oh my god. Ubinex, thank you. The snake sand? Dust free at least? Show me your ball. Thank you for the $50 dues again. Snake enclosure. Thank you. 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 Okay. This is going to run its course. Shut up! Okay. Pizza Man, thank you. Sorry to hear about the fee. I didn't get fucking evicted, man! I didn't get fucking evicted! What the hell? You guys are gonna spread this around and I'm gonna get other streamers messaging me again! Sweet, so thank you! Chat! Sometimes you guys will say stuff and it'll spread to other streamers and I get concerned DMs like, I heard you're an alcoholic, and I'm like, I'm not a fucking alcoholic, man! Holy shit, there was like some other thing. There was some other thing you guys did this with. I don't remember what. But I get these fucking DMs. They're like, I'm so sorry. If you need any help, I'm like, I don't fucking need any help! My chat lied to you! Jesus Christ. Yeah, thank you for the gift subs! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Oh, man. Okay. Okay. We'll do LED lights for accents. Hot hide. Cold hide. Leah, thank you for the $55 dues. Rested pepperoni to your eviction. I didn't get fucking evicted, man. Appaloosas, thank you for the 5. You just use sand substrate in your new Pippa terrarium or just newspaper? Bro, it's not a fucking terrarium. It's a fucking RV, man. It's a fucking RV! Potato Radio, thank you. Papansion funds. I don't want a Papansion! Ah! Shiny Piss, thank you. I wasn't really paying attention, but happy birthday, Piss. Thank you. Well, we could just write 2 hides. I'll get a shedding hide when the snake starts shedding. We need the tank itself. Enclosure, vivarium, whatever. What else did he list on here? Oh, water bowl. Water bowl. Hygrometer. And thermostat gun. Or thermo gun, whatever. And thermostat. Probably just do the combo one from 𝐒𝐲𝐻 that he listed. And then decorations. Like the plants and stuff. So here we go. This is... It looks like a lot, but it's really not. Cool Cop, thank you. Moonshine Animations, if you're watching this, try to make something with this. Anything you make is canon. No, it's not! Also, Pippa's Breaking Bad. I'm not Breaking Bad! Ah! Okay, I'm gonna shrink this down, and we'll put it up here. Our little shopping list. Put our little shopping list right here. Pippa was a snake all along. Man! Hatsune Miku figure. Wait, actually, oh my god. Wait, since the tank heating is going to be underground, I think we actually could put potentially an anime figure into it. Because we're not gonna have to worry about it melting. Become Orthodox and you happy B-Day, eviction, recovery from alcoholism, and new snake. Big time everybody's up. Bro, fuck off, man. Would probably have to put something that's not going to hurt the snake at all. Like I have like that giant Nargacuga figure that I've shown you guys. And that probably would be a good idea because it's got like a lot of like sharp edges and stuff on it. And then I have like little figures, like Uma Musume ones, that the snake would probably just knock over. Acrylic standees. Oh, I could do acrylic standees, yeah. Oh, wait, there's... Wait, a weeb snake tank. There's so many possibilities. There's so many... I do have a fuck ton of Nimi acrylic standees. But maybe it would be better to do something more thematic actually inside the tank. Itasha snake tank. Why though? Because we're all weeaboos here. I wonder... Oh, and a timer for the... Well... Depending on the UVB light, it might come with one. Brad, thank you. Hey, Pippa, I'm a bit late, so I'm not sure if Wiccans mentioned or not, but I suggest getting identical hides. If a snake prefers one or finds one uncomfortable, they won't regulate their temps properly. Good idea. Good idea. I'm sure Nimi would love to be a snake's roommate. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to think on it. On what like figures to put inside the tank. Because maybe I'll find something or think of something that's like very thematically appropriate. Are there any snake VTubers? There's VTubers with snakes as like mascots. Like Rooney has like the snake earring mascot thing. It's not her mascot. There's Crony who has Boros. His name is Boros. There's Kaneki Loki from Face Connect. There's Victoria. Sara Nagare. Is she still streaming? For some reason I thought she retired. We can try and find... Yeah, she went on hiatus. Okay. Yeah, I hope she's alright. We might be able to find like anime characters that are based on snakes. We could do Baiju. But I doubt you guys want Baiju themed snake tank. She's about to reincarnate. Oh. Sarah. Ooh. Ichimaru? Orochimaru? Kyohime. It's your snake though. Yeah. Might Kaneko, thank you. You must let your pet find their Oshi. For example, my cat's Oshis are the VTubers with lots of bounce and boing. Medusa from Soul Eater. You can try finding some. Because it would be cool to put like an actual figure in there as well. I'll probably get a fuck ton of hate from a lot of people, but I think it'd be cool. Mia from Monster Musume. Wow. Anyways. Let's... There we go. Wait. I'll lower the volume on my end. We'll make it so you guys can still hear it. Okay. So here's some snake hognose enclosures that I liked. This one, they got like... I'd be kind of concerned with like the little temple and stuff about the snake potentially getting stuck in there. But I thought this was a pretty cool layout overall. I have seen like this specific little tree too, and in other enclosures, I know that the top part can melt because these are just plastic. But I guess if you're doing the underheating, it'd be fine. I thought this one was cool. And then I liked this one as well. I like how like there's a little log over here that the snake could go into. I like how the water is close to the front of the tank, so you can see them take a sip. Do hognoses chew things? I don't think so. It's a shame that Boo, you wandered into it. Yeah. But yeah, two very different approaches that you can take. I like the aloe vera. Yeah, that's very cool. But I don't know. They have... This person is doing heating above as well. You can see the cage for the heat lamp. And then they've put a rock here so the rock can get warm and the hognose can bask. I don't know if hognoses bask like this. Do you guys know? Hognose basking? Care guide for beginners? We could also watch this video. Maybe we should watch this video before we really commit to picking out products. Maybe we should watch this one as well.
Hognose snake, an overall score of 4.2 out of 5. And that's going to come down to our 5 categories: handleability, care, hardiness, availability, and upfront costs. If you've seen our other videos, 4.2 is
Snake
a
review
very
bra
high
now,
score, and they deserve it. And we also want to talk to you about why they didn't get a 5 out of 5. So let's start with handleability. For handleability, we give the Western hognose snake a score of 5 out of 5. Honestly, it doesn't get any better than this. They are just amazing snakes to handle. For starters, they're very unlikely to bite. They're a venomous snake, so you wouldn't want to get bit by one. But if you got bitten by one, it could get a little bit of venom in there, and your finger would swell up like a banana and have a little banana finger for a while. Wouldn't be a big deal. But that is not what they do when they get scared, at least not very often. First thing, it's going to puff up, and it's going to try to look big, and it's going to hiss and make a scene. If that doesn't work, it's got a phenomenal plan B, which is strike at you with its goofy nose, because the hognose snake is named the hognose snake because it's got a face.
I love their cute little nose. CPBC, thank you. Are you getting an East or Western? Any specific morph? No specific plans. Well, Western hognose, but no specific plans about like morphs or anything.
It's like a shovel. And I love that goofball face of the hognose snake. And they will start striking at you with their mouth closed and just poke you with that nose. And if that doesn't work, there's a plan C, which is to roll over onto your back, show off your belly, which is in some hognose snakes.
Thank you. I can't explain why. Clint gives me the uncanny valley. What? You're crazy. You're crazy, man. But yeah, with the actual snake itself, I might just like find a free one off Craigslist, honestly. Like, a lot of people will just list animals for free off of Craigslist. So I might just grab one from there.
Hognose snakes has a little bit of bright coloration, like
somebody
orange
rehoming
and black
theirs.
bands. They'll roll over, they'll open their mouth, they'll stick their tongue out and let out a nasty smell. What is probably going on with them, though, when they roll over and play dead, is that they are probably advertising the fact that they are full of toad toxins. So in the wild, and we'll talk about this a little bit more later on, hognose snakes eat a lot of poisonous amphibians. A lot of people don't know the difference between being poisonous and venomous, so I wanted to make sure you knew that if it bites you and you die, it was venomous. And if you bite it and then you die, it was poisonous.
You got that soulless corporate stare. You're wrong! You're so wrong! Oh god, thank you for $50! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Hey, this will be my last super chat, but if you don't mind me asking, why is it that when I look at other VTuber agencies, there's always graduations? But when I look at Face Connect, there's no graduations. What makes Fishman better? I don't think that Face Connect is better than any other agencies. I think it's just that I don't know. Yeah, also don't jinx it, man. Don't jinx it. I feel like a lot of it is luck. And I think a lot of it is like other companies, I guess, like when they're hiring people, they might be looking for people that, like, how do I say this? Like, are already like super established in the industry, and they don't necessarily like need to be part of a company, you know? Whereas like with Face Connect, most of the people that joined Face Connect weren't really like we don't have a lot of people, I would say, that come into Face Connect that are already like super established, very famous, whatever. You know what I mean? So a lot of the people that come into Face Connect, like, they're coming here and building their brand like from the ground up. We have had people leave. And we do have like some new invaders that were already quite sizable on their own. But in general, like those, yeah, the recent invaders are more of an exception to the rule. Like in general, we don't have a lot of like the people that are in Face Connect tend to like need to be in Face Connect, right? Maybe they don't necessarily need to be in Face Connect, but like they would have a much harder time outside of Face Connect, so it creates a bigger incentive to stay. And then I would think that like with Face Connect, like our terms, how do I say this? Like I don't think that we have particularly stand out terms or requirements or whatever. You know what I mean? Like nothing about Face Connect, like it's not too good to be true, and it's not small and taking advantage of the streamers. It's just kind of grounded goal. Yeah, I'd say like Face Connect is just like a very grounded business. And so if you go into it being like, yeah, like it's a VTuber company, it's a business, you have like an easier time like understanding like if things don't go your way or if there are terms that you disagree with. Like you can look at this and you're like, okay, like it's a business. And I think that sort of like level-headed approach from the company transfers onto the talents as well, generally. So like a lot of the talents are like, okay, like it is a business. You know what I mean? Like we're not trying to be like, and it's not a negative from other companies that they have like more of a maybe like flamboyant attitude of like yeah, this is like more closely knit, this is more like a family, this is more like our focus is on making the talent feel as comfy as possible. Like in Face Connect, like of course management wants the talents to feel comfortable, right? But there is like an emphasis on making the business run comfortably, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's just a business, man. It's just a business. And so it, like, the people that join that know it's like a business are just fine with it. Does that make sense? I don't think Face Connect has like some sort of secret, and I don't think we're going to be like graduation free forever. We have had people leave. I think it's just, yeah, it's just business, 𝐶𝐶𝐶𝐵𝐵. I mean, not in like a cutthroat way, but in like a, like, yeah, the job's gonna suck sometimes kind of way. Because every job's gonna suck sometimes. And then things will be great. And then things will suck again. And then things will be great. And then maybe things will just be good. And then maybe things will suck. And then maybe they'll be great. And then they'll just be good. And then they'll be great again. And then just good. And then just okay. Whatever. They giving you guys pizza parties instead of bonuses too? No. We get bonuses. It's the ideal form of its give and take where both parties win? Yeah. Face Connect seems to have a good setup for longevity and stability. I think so. I would think that I'm like one of the harder people to keep a hold on. Because I'm so easily influenced by the industry. You know, like I'm in too deep, right? I love VTubers too much. So, like, when all those big graduations were happening, like, I had, like, at first I tried to just, like, tough it out and deal with the menhera of, like, I should go indie. All of the people that I look up to are going indie. Everything is bad. This industry sucks. There's no point, man. Like, I had to go to management. Management was like, calm down, 𝐶𝐶𝐶𝐵𝐵. Calm down. Like, everybody's situation is different. Just chill. Would you actually tell us if things were bad at FaZe? I have a track record of doing that, so I would say, yeah. I feel like I've been pretty honest about when I didn't like things in the company. Like, there'll always be, like, not to be a rat-mancer, but, like, there'll always be some things where it's like, well, I shouldn't say anything about this because, like, this is, like, saying anything is not going to benefit anyone, you know? Be it my fault or somebody else's. There's just some things where you just gotta fucking suck it up, buttercup. And that's just, like, how it is sometimes, right? But if there was anything that was, like, I don't know, like in the early days of Face Connect, I just care too much. 𝐶𝐶𝐶𝐵𝐵 answering the what is your weakness question at the job interview. Yeah, I'm answering that question that exact way, but unironically. Zachary, thank you. Yeah, you had us on edge with the graduation emote. Bear, thank you. So other co-pros who espouse it to be families create unrealistic expectations that lead to disconnect, but Face Connect is a business, so the expectation is business. The friendships are a bonus. I wouldn't say that. I would say that some company, like, it's not necessarily like unrealistic expectations, because like a lot of these companies are running just fine, right? It's just that like some companies, like there's more of an emphasis, like the ones that have like a lot of graduations, we'll say, like those ones, it can be like, okay, God, like, is it okay to name companies that died? Probably not. Probably not. But there have been like some small corporals where it's like we're Not like other corpos, we're gonna do things differently, and it's a family here, and everybody loves each other. And you know what? Like, it's a fucking workplace. Not everybody's gonna love each other. Like, that just happens. You know? It's impossible. You can't maintain that. But that's not to say that every company that does have, like, that family atmosphere is, like, they might not necessarily... God, it's so hard to fucking do the meta talk while being respectful of other companies. Not to say, like, that I don't respect other companies in general, but just that, like, it's very easy for people to be like, oh, well, this company says this. Does that mean they're bad? And no, because every company is very different and run by very different people, okay? And there are companies where it's like, oh, it is like a family. And it's like, you know what? Those ones, some of them can be fine. Because, like, they do run at a smaller scale, and it is built off of, like, a friend group, or everybody already knows each other and whatever. And they're not trying to do, like, all these super huge, mega business-oriented things. Or maybe they are more business-oriented, but it is just kind of like a mom-and-pop type vibe, you know? But I would say, like, I'm going to speak positively of Face Connect. I feel like if you ask in the interview, you know, if you're like, I want to do this, can I do this in the company? You know, like, the company will just be like, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. You know? Like, if somebody was like, I want to host a huge concert and the company pay for it, and I want to have, like, a live venue in fucking Detroit, Michigan, and blah, blah, blah. The company will be like, no, man, you gotta make more money for that. You gotta, like, maybe if you bring in that much money, the worth of, like, attendance and stuff, like, the company could do it. But, like, if you, like, just debut and you haven't, like, proven anything, like, no, why would the company pay for that? You know? Does that make sense? Can't have shit in Detroit. Yeah. Very thank you. So other corp... Oh, I read that. My chat's not scrolling. Brandon goes, thank you. The only companies that are like a family and are actually stay successful are mafias. Mafias aren't real, though. Yeah, mafias aren't real. But, good advice, not go bankrupt. Yeah. Like, Face Connect. It's just business. It's a business. You look at everything under the context of being a business, and it makes sense. Zero, thank you. I can't believe you got evicted from Face Connect and live in a van now. Here's $5 in gas money. What the fuck? Remember when you wanted Face to pay for your gold check mark? Yeah, those bastards should have did it.
So, if you eat a toad, you might die. So don't eat a toad. Toads are poisonous. Hognose snakes are venomous, but the thing is they eat toads. But as is the case with every known poisonous snake, there is the possibility that the hognose snake keeps some of that toxin. It's called sequestering. It sequesters that toxin in its own body. And what it's doing when it rolls onto its back and letting off that smell is it's letting things like crows and dogs and possums and raccoons, things that smell really well, it's letting them know, hey, I'm full of toad poison and you probably shouldn't eat me. And that's something actually that we still need to test in the scientific community to know one way or another.
It's so
cute! There's a very good chance that hognose snakes are venomous and poisonous, and for that reason they don't tend to bite, which makes them wonderful, wonderful, wonderful captives. Beyond that, their behavior, and you can probably see that with this girl here,
they look so tough,
is that they behave a lot like a very big snake. They just sort of plod about. They're not quick and darty. They just are wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. So I heard you got a
sort of hang out with you and explore. Honestly, the freakiest thing they do when you're
handling
them is every now and then they'll sort of nuzzle into you with that nose.
Kinda is.
Because they're trying to dig. That's what they do with their shovel faces. And that can sometimes feel like, is it starting to chew on me? Because a hognose snake doesn't tend to strike at you, but they do love food. And so if you ever get bit by a hognose snake, it's probably because you smell like a mouse or something, and it's come up and gone nom 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 onto you. This hognose snake actually is a fairly good size one. This is a female. Males will never even get this big. Females will get a little bit bigger than that, but that is a very manageable size to handle. They pose absolutely no danger to you at all. The only negative, really, as far as their handleability, well, I guess there are a couple. One of them is that they're small.
Cute, they are cute.
And so, you know, a child or something could squeeze them and hurt them very badly.
No!
So, as with anything small, you got to be careful that you don't.
There's no like.
But the only other negative I know about hognose snakes is they all seem to go through this like adolescent grumpy phase.
Didn't I think you put the homeless arc? I'm not fucking homeless.
And during that phase, they tend to hiss a lot and do those little mock strikes, and then all of a sudden they go.
It's both venomous and poisonous. That makes them great, honey.
Out of it, and they become the perfect snake.
I didn't know that they were also technically poisonous.
5 out of 5, though during that adolescent phase it drops down to a 3 out of 5 for like 10 minutes. When it comes to care, we give the Western hognose snake, again, a score of 5.
Hey, is that list of stuff on screen you need? I work at the largest snake breeder in the US. I can just send you that stuff. Or Phase HQ or something. Eh? Eh? The largest snake breeder in the US. Eh? What would that be? Malcolm, man, thank you. I would evict you for... What the fuck, man? There goes, thank you. Don't let children play with your snake. Back to you. Chashi's not homeless. She has 2 homes. I mean, I'll never complain about free stuff. I am still going to buy this stuff because I want to pick it out on stream and everything. But if you guys would like to sponsor me, if you guys would like to sponsor me, if you have like a free hognose.
5 out of 5. Assuming that you get a captive bred individual and not a wild caught individual, they're going to be very easy to feed. And the reason I make that distinction is because in the wild...
Wait, what if it bites me and it dies? It's not going to bite you and die.
Going to be feeding on things like
insane sponsor, yeah.
Toads, and things like that. And as is the case with a lot of species of hognose snakes, you're going to need to have a supply of toads to feed them, and that is not an easy thing to do. But if you get a captive bred individual, they eat stuff. You should be feeding them primarily a diet of rodents.
Oh yeah, hello at phase-connect.com in order to reach out. Oh god, thank you. I know I said last, but this all makes sense. Thank you. So donating for FaceCon. Also thought it was funny when the mod promoted the coffee mid-speech.
A rodent diet, you don't need to set them with
you're crazy.
Or anything like that to transition them onto rodents. They usually start off just great. They're also
just a little
need a very reasonably sized enclosure because they're not big snakes and they're not super active snakes. Now, a larger enclosure is still going to be better for them, but you're not going to need an enclosure like you would need for a boa or even a corn snake. And that is fantastic. And that enclosure can be relatively simple. It's going to need a good basking spot.
Oh, he does recommend a basking spot.
Provided by something like an undertank heater. They're going to need good substrate, a locking lid, water bowl, hide, and that's about it. As always, we've got those kinds of things down in the description. If you want to check them out, those are some that we recommend. When it comes to hardiness, again, the hognose snake gets a score of 5 out of 5. This is as good as a reptile is going to get. They are solid little captives. Really, they should do phenomenally well for you, especially assuming that you have a captive bred individual, which we always recommend, and you've got it from a reputable breeder in good health. That snake is going to do well for you. The only reason it wouldn't would be if you're just not giving it the things that it needs to live. If you're not giving it food, if you're not giving it water, if you're not giving it an acceptable basking spot, you could lose your hognose snake. Short of that, they're probably going to thrive for you. They're just phenomenal. It's going to be really easy to maintain proper humidity for these guys because they come from parts of the United States where the humidity is low but manageable. Basically, all you're going to need...
They do need, like, some humidity.
...is a water bowl in order to maintain proper humidity in the
enclosure. So simple!
You definitely don't want it wet, but that's the case for almost...
I didn't think you. Be careful, Pippo. My friend has a venomous snake, and he got bit once, and they had to cut off his finger at the first knuckle. Ah! My knuckle goes, thank you. I'm not in the market for a snake now, but if a pink VTuber was maybe advertising a good place to get snakes and snake accessories, I might consider it.
When it comes to availability, this is where the hognose snake lost a few points. We give the hognose snake a score of 2 out of 5. And some of you
nowadays,
might be thinking,
this is from 7 years ago. Nowadays, hognoses are much more common.
Oh, I have seen hognose snakes all over the place. That is true. In some places, hognose snakes can be relatively common.
Thank you. Who in snake venom or pepper mold?
At the same time, in other places, hognose snakes can be completely impossible to find. Some of this comes down to the fact that they are a venomous snake, and so some areas have laws that prohibit them from being sold or owned or even transported through those areas.
Cute creature.
So if you live in one of those places, you need to be aware of your laws, and you might be aware of the fact that you can't get one even if you're looking for one. In other areas, they're relatively common, but not everywhere. You know, these snakes are fantastic.
And I thank you. Just don't get a boom slang. They'll evict you from life. Ah!
There are also a
they have
lot
a baby
of morphs
face
available for hognose snakes. Those morphs are going to be harder to find than, say, ball python morphs or corn snake.
Yeah, and then he just talks about the upfront cost. Okay. Okay. What the fucking music? The thing that makes Clint a real one is that he's covered this stuff for years and still has all of his fingers. Yeah. True. True. Okay. Alright. So, this is the tank that I was looking at. I was looking at this one beforehand. And I would say it does meet the requirements of like being covered on multiple sides. It has a sliding lock in the front, which is nice. It has ventilation on the top. So I could basically just put like the LED lights above this, or the UVB basking above this. Does it fit the RV? This is going to go in my new office space. I've explained this a few times now, but for those of you who have just popped in again, I live in an RV in the backyard now, and I am changing over from a like medium-sized bedroom space down into like a small office space room. So, and the snake tank is going to go in there. I didn't get evicted, motherfucker. How many gallons is this? This is 150 gallons. They have smaller ones. You can go as small as 15 gallons. I don't know how big I would do. I have to look at like the exact measurements. I think this is like the 150 gallon on display, and this is... I would say this is like a good size. I would say this is a pretty good size. Could do like a camera angle from either side of the tank. Have like a few different potential POVs. Can I have your old room? No, my old room's gonna revert back into being a guest room. I don't know, thank you. Who's getting your old room? Popper, it's gonna be guest room. It already kind of is. My family's babysitting right now, so the kid is sleeping in my room, and I have to like kick them out to do my streaming. If I use cubic meters, what is a gallon? This big. Or this is 150 gallons. Right in it, thank you. EcoFlex. Accommodates most UV heat lamp setups. I think this would be good. It's got vented side panels for ventilation. Cord routers in the back panel. You have to be careful with these sometimes because like some of these will just pop off and can become an escape point for the snake. But it seems like hognoses are so chill. Top mounted feeding door. That's pretty neat. I don't know if I would do feeding cams. I feel like that might get me banned off of YouTube. Maybe on Twitch it'd be fine. I don't know. Removable sliding doors with lock. I don't know how good the lock is on that, but it's not too hard to install a new sliding lock on doors. Why banned on YouTube? Because YouTube's had people abuse animal feeding videos. So. But it's educational? Eh. But yeah, I thought this looked like a pretty cool enclosure. It's not very tall, but the hognoses don't need tall enclosures because they don't climb. Potato Radio, thank you. Is that Sakura's intern program? How do they abuse animal feeding? What the fuck? Some people are bad people. Wait, is this like a... Oh, wait, you can get like a matching cabinet? Wait, this is so sick. Wait, this would be great. Chat, I could get the matching cabinet to store like hides and stuff to swap out and like bags of substrate. This is so cool. It's 60 inches long and 24 inches deep. It's only 10K? It's not 10K. Is it? No. Oh my god, it is expensive though. Holy shit. I think the default that it was on was like 50 gallon. I was like, oh, $150. Like, that's pretty steep, but it is 44% off. But the 150 gallon is $314. It's huge, that's why. Yeah. Do they have the cabinet on here as well? Oh. Oh, wait, but there's some 1-star reviews. That's all shipping cost? I wonder. It's okay, but much like the majority of reviews, it came damaged. Thankfully, it's not structurally damaged, so I'll be keeping it, but it'll only... Okay, some people might be asking, Pippa, why Chewy? Don't you know Chewy is also owned by Petco, and Petco sucks? Counter argument. Petco is not as bad. Petco does have some issues. I'm not fully for Petco, but Petco has evolved with the times and gotten better. I'm not a complete Petco anti. And Chewy is generally a pretty good website where you can even do like frozen delivery. And I've never heard of anybody like having their pets die from the Chewy deliveries. So Chewy sucks because they were selling tainted dog food and knew it and only pulled it after the public found out? I don't know about that. Oh, Chewy isn't owned by Petco. It's not? For some reason, I thought they were owned by Petco. Okay, and then another thing is I have had stuff shipped from Chewy that has arrived broken. And I messaged them and they were like, don't worry about it. I'll just send you a new one. And I'm like... Oh, it went independent from PetSmart. Oh. Number thank you, Pip. Hi, Pippa. You pulled from bilingual 𝐒𝐿𝐢. I don't know. Because I pulled for Mihono Bourbon. Because Bourbon is a really good parent for Maru Zensky. Spooky Boo, thank you. Golshi lost a perfect run. I'm going to evict her. What the fuck? So yeah, I don't know if I'll pull from bilingual 𝐒𝐿𝐢. I already did Mihono Bourbon. Pulled her for Aston in a year. Still saving for Kita-san. I've never had nothing but good times with Chewy, but they can be pricey. I feel like their stuff is about average price. But I live in more expensive area, I guess, so... Not expensive area like it's nice, just cost of living where I live is unfortunate. Ah! Unfortunately, the higher than it should be. Turn up the song. You guys like that? You guys like that? No. Yeah, I didn't think so. What am I listening to? This slaps. Oh my god, stop jamming out to it. Stop jamming out to it, chat. Okay. Is it just cheap plastic or bad packing? I don't know what part of this is the tank. I don't know what the part of it is that broke. I guess they got the gray version? I don't know. Arrived broken. Wait, is the whole thing made out of plastic? For some reason, I thought it was made out of wood. Product arrived broken. It's obvious that New Age Pets terrarium is subpar compared to similar terrariums such as Vision Cage. I purchased this at 50% off at $120 and think that the sale price is closer to its actual value. Damn, thank you. Never give Pippa the ox cord. Anyway, bakshin on. Bakshin, 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 bakshin. Bakshin, 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 bakshin. If it were wood, it'd be 3 times the cost. Okay, true. But I didn't think it'd be plastic. Oh my god. This is... Bro, you're not cooking with this setup. That's cute. This is not cute. This is really dumb looking. You put the 60-inch version on a 40-inch base. That looks so goofy. Hand thing, thank you. It's PVC, holds heat better. You're better buying from Reptile Basics. Better shipping, better enclosures. You want a swing door, not sliding. Wait, why swing door over sliding? Eh? Okay, chat, if you want to talk about insane pet enclosures, I spent about $1,000-something on a fully wooden Toad Ranch enclosure with the base. It was not worth it. It was absolutely not worth it. Does it look good? It looks okay. It was not... It was not worth that much. I fell for the meme. People heralded Toad Ranch as like the most epic, most wonderful tank setup you could ever possibly do. I got that. It's okay. It's just okay. It was not worth how much I fucking paid for it. CPPC Tech, thank you. Watch out for particle board, composite, chipboard. Yeah, rest in peace, money. I spent $6,000 on a saltwater setup. Okay, but that's saltwater, bro. That's saltwater. Saltwater is always crazy expensive. Although $6,000 is a bit fucking much. I don't know how you fucking... Bro. Is that with fish or without? Is that with coral or without? CPP today. Thank you. Toad Ram Ranch. What's a Toad Ranch setup? I can show you guys. Hold on. Toad Ranch. Make sure I go to the right website. I might be able to find the exact one that I bought. Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is what I bought from Toad Ranch. And you might be saying, oh wow, Pippa, $1,000, but this is only $635. Okay, yeah, but that's without the base. And think that you baby hognose and 𝐒𝐬𝐴 can slip between the sliding glass panels. I'll include that email. You can reach out to our trustworthy reach out for trustworthy brands. Okay. I even bought this fucking baskin hide. You know what this is, chat? It's a piece of wood with a little slab on it. I don't know, like, obviously that's what it is, but I don't know why I thought it would be, like, more. So you go through here. I did mahogany. And you can change, like, the lip of it, like how... So this is what you're really paying for. This is what you're really paying for, which I guess just didn't occur to me, but you're paying for the customizability of it because these are all made to order. So the lip of it is like this part down here, like how high it is. Beautiful color. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. You can change the PVC color. So it's only got like, it's like wood plated. The sides of it are PVC, and you can upgrade it to have like wood accents on the side. You can do perforated aluminum screen top. I did solid top panel, which means that I had to do in-tank lighting with light cages, which also adds more to the expense. Accessory grommets. These are like the little plastic holes in the side so you can run cords and stuff in. Tortoiseshell vents. Extra cuts. You can specify like I want a cut here for... because I want to insert like a custom shelf or whatever. Lookout windows. I didn't do these. These are acrylic windows that can be put on the side panels. Cliffhanger shelves. I did this. Exclusive executive upgrade. Replaces your left and side right panels with the same 3/4 inch HDPE material as your beautiful front frame inside and out. So instead of being black on the sides, it'll be the wood. Double baskin hide. So there's all this, and all of these little options can make it cost more money, and then you can buy the base for it. And there's a bunch of different bases that you can do. Like sliding door bases, or, which by the way, my tank is sliding glass. But for like the bottom just shelf, you can do like bookshelf type, or you can do like swinging doors or sliding doors, or a half swinging door, or half fucking open bookshelf. It's, you can really customize it. You can really customize it. And then I did buy my lighting setups through here. But yeah, this seems like the pet tank version of that one D&D table you looked at one time. It kind of is, yeah. This, in hindsight, is more for people that have lovingly furnished houses with very specific aesthetics and desires that they want out of their display piece tank setup. I did not need all of this. This was kind of ridiculous for me. But I love my pets, and so I bought this and a base for it. I still love my pets, but I will not be doing that again. I still love my pets. I'm not going to be doing this shit again. In regards to the baby hognoses slipping out the sliding glass, I wonder. I wonder. I don't think I'd be getting a baby hognose. I don't even know where I would get a baby hognose without buying from a breeder, and I don't really want to buy one. There's so many without homes. Love your pets within a budget. I believe that you can love your pets within a budget. Even then, just have them in a smaller tank for a bit. Could do. I don't know how long hognoses take to grow. Grab a snake off the road. No. Me buying my dog her second toy of the month. But yeah, I do really like this style of enclosure. I do think this is really cool. If, I don't know. And I guess hognoses are so chill that you don't have to worry about them like sneaking out. I know that, like, my snake is kind of grumpy. My snake is a little bit grumpy. You know, I handle her and stuff. I can walk around with her in my pocket and she's not gonna bite me. But she does get like a bit of an attitude problem sometimes. What's with that? Thank you for the prime. She just wants to vibe by herself. Kinda, yeah. She's also stupid. Like, I've, like, walked up to her enclosure and, like, went to put a fucking mouse in her tank, and she'll just, like, fall off of her shelf. She's not... And then she gets mad at me, and I'm like, I didn't fucking do this to you. You did this to yourself, man. Her habitat has since been adjusted, so she cannot hurt herself as easily. PC Tech, thank you. Careful with free snakes, might have mites/parasites. Yeah. Pets reflect the owner. Ugh. Snakes are not the smartest creatures, no. Yeah, she's... I love her dearly, but she's stupid. And she gets a bit of an attitude sometimes. So for me, I like the sliding glass for, like, when she is being moody. It's like, okay, I can just open this, put the mouse in real quick, and then fuck off. There's no... And she's a big explorer, so I also don't have to worry about her, like, Like, I open the tank and she's like creeping out as I'm trying to put stuff in. Renji, thank you. Snakes are food. No! Not mine, anyways. What's Snake's name? Her name is just Snake. I don't. She used to be Mr. Snake, but she's not a Mr. So, and Miss Snake is just not as catchy. So it's just Snake. Good name, thank you. From the video game? No, like, I'm the person that named their dog Dog. I don't know what to tell you, man. Definitely a woman. She makes a mistake and blames you for it. What the fuck? Not even the snake, just Snake. Well, I mean, yeah, like, it's just the snake. When I go on vacation, I'm like, Mama King, can you feed the snake? And she's like, okay. She doesn't. She makes Papa Kid do it. That's why she's so grumpy and mean. You didn't give her a name. I named my old snake her, and everyone just kept asking me what her name was. Oh my god. My dog's name is unironically Puppy. Yeah. Dog is a great name for a dog. You'll never forget it. True. Come here, dog. Come here. Ash Ketchup levels of naming. What the fuck, man? I don't know. Like, it's a snake. It's not gonna know its name. You're doing this more for, like, show. And I'll thank you for the $1. You naming the snake is, like, for show. And Mr. Snake was, like, a good name. I give all my cats clever names, but I only ever call them Cat or Kitty. I tend to call cats assholes. Snake the Snack. My mom found my cat when he was nitty bitty and named him the baby. Aww. Yeah, I have baby Princess, but she's named after a VTuber. She's a rabbit. She's actually a he, by the way. I have terrible luck with gendered names. Bait Master, thank you. Kid named Finger. Yeah, I don't know. This is really expensive, but it's a really nice looking tank, and if it's going to be in my office space, it would be nice to have something pleasant to look at. Oh. I don't know. I don't know where the... Compare similar items. So, don't need anything tall like this. And it's closed on all sides. Snake! Enclosure. Name your snake Metal Seedramon. Maple looks natural with the green vibe, yeah. The theme that I'm gonna be going for my office space is like light green, naturey. I guess some dark green, but mostly like light. Little Spectre, thank you! Fussy Snake is cute, yeah. That's an oddly specific Digimon. Earth tones, yeah, earth tones. Erring on the side of light and lively. The sale price isn't bad considering a plain aquarium at best is $1 a gallon. To match your Nimi merch, yeah. There's also these. I could get something like this. And then they sell inserts for the tanks that are basically just like laminated paper or just like photo paper basically that you run along the side of the tank. I don't know if there's any example photos. Okay, like here's one. So you see how like this tank has like a backdrop on it? You can just do that. You can just do that. Like fish tanks have, yeah. Snakes don't care about stickers. Well, they do actually, because it could make them feel safer when they're enclosed on more sides. Don't you need heating lamps and stuff? We have learned that you only need under tank heating. There's this one that's extra long. This one is 47 inches. This one's not as long as the other one. Ajax, thank you. Snake again. Can snakes see color? I don't know. I have no idea, actually. I have no fucking idea. I would say this would probably be long enough, though. And it's white. My desk is gonna be white as well. Oh wait, but is this oh, this one is also sliding. Does it actually matter? They have partial heat vision, yeah. I wonder... Perfect to lick stains with. Man, I'm gonna do a better job cleaning up. I won't do a better job cleaning up. It kind of looks like a long PC case. It kind of does, doesn't it? How does undertake heating make sense? In the wild, heat comes from above. The reason why undertank heating works is because the ground is hotter than the air, and that's harder to replicate in a small space, right? So if you have a heat lamp, the air around the heat around the lamp is going to be hotter than the substrate, because the substrate isn't getting like a nice even spread of heating and everything. It doesn't have like geothermal energy to work with. It's the ground is just being heated like directly by the heat lamp. Yeah, and the heat rises as well. Yeah, it's you can't like really replicate natural heating in a small enclosure like that with just a heat lamp. Heat emitters give short waves, so it's bad for heating the dirt. Yeah, that makes sense. Are you moving into an RV? I've been living in an RV for a few months now. I just wasn't talking about it because I wasn't sure if it was going to end in disaster and I was going to hate it. So what I'm doing is I'm moving my stream setup out of my bedroom, old bedroom, into a smaller room in my parents' house. Why are you living in an RV? Because I live it with my parents and I wanted like my own space. She got evicted, but I didn't get evicted, man! That's very Pippa. What the fuck? Pippa, are you glamping? I'm kind of glamping in the backyard. Yeah, plus there's AC. Hope you can recover from being homeless. I'm not homeless! Do you have a stove? Yeah, I don't use it though. I have a rice cooker. I make everything in the rice cooker. Last night, I bought canned chicken breast from Costco. I did like a big Costco order. I got canned chicken breast. I bought rotisserie chicken as well, but I was feeling very lazy last night. So, in the rice cooker, I put tonkotsu ramen, chicken breast, and frozen vegetables, and then some frozen gyoza, all into a rice cooker. It came out so good. It came out so good. Sounds like the life to me, honestly. I'm kind of living the dream. Girl failure cooking? Whatever, man. Whatever. The rice cooker makes everything. And when I'm like, okay, I'll make rice in the rice cooker, but I want some real food. I go to my grill. Background noise, thank you. Does the RV have a kitchen and do you use it? It does have a kitchen, and yes, I use it. But I like pretty much only use the rice cooker and my grill. Like I use my fridge and my freezer. Rice cooker recipes are the best. They really are. Riziggy, are you afraid a guy will drive off with your home? I think you would have a very hard time getting it out of the yard. I don't think anyone's gonna be able to steal my RV. A nice addition could be a toaster oven. Maybe. Oh yeah, I have a toaster. I have a toaster. And I only really use a rice cooker. I'm trying to remember what else I have. I have a microwave. I have a proper oven. I have a stove top. Alright, thank you. Oh, Kamiyoshi, you bought too much horse gacha and now we are homeless. How's the insulation of an RV? Does it get cold? It gets really hot because it's summer, so I have to keep the windows open. Unless I want to use energy, in which case I can just use the AC. Lucy Goose, thank you. The bizarre V arc feels like one flat tire away from full Breaking Bad. Just wait for her to scream. Say yab again in a hazmat suit. Made of scuffed cosplay. Why don't you get your own place? Is it convenience? This is cheaper. That's one deluxe RV. Are you hooked up to power? Yeah. You got a blender? No, I don't have a blender. I don't have a blender. But yeah. I recommend it. I think if you have somewhere to park it, living in an RV is not like how people say it is. From my opinion anyways. But I am the kind of person that can live with my parents and not go insane, I guess. If you're the type of person where you're like, I need to have a bunch of space. And like, to be fair, like I am like in my parents' yard, right? So I have access to a full house whenever I might want a full house, right? To do stuff in. It's not my house, but I do spend the vast majority of my day in the RV. The only things I really come inside for are spending time with my family and streaming. So I would say I would recommend an RV to anybody that would be fine just being in one room. Does that make sense? Because it's like better than being in one room. Because like one room is maybe the size of an RV, but it's also like sectioned off and you have a full house in the RV. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? It's like, what size RV do you have? I don't want to get into the specifications of my RV because I do plan on taking it to other people's houses. I would like to do off collabs and I would like to go places in the RV, so I am going to be very careful what I say about it. Because it is basically my house on wheels. So I am going to be very careful about the OPSEC of that. Then don't bring it up. I mean, I'm fine with talking about it. I just don't want to be like, here's the layout, here's how big it is, here's this, here's that, because that makes it easier for people to identify. But like, it's not a dox to be like, yeah, I have an RV. You know? What's the license plate number? Does it have a basement? I'm sure somebody will invent that somehow. No Pippa Itasha RV. No. Unfortunately not. That's fair. I live in my 30-foot. It has a rear kitchen design. Big ol' fifth wheel. Oh. I'll just say it's not... Like, I mentioned this before, but it's not like one of those mega luxury RVs that take up a fuck ton of space and are like a proper house. Fire goes, thank you. One advantage of an RV is that they can't be haunted unlike a house. If you're on cursed land, you can just leave. Can't do that with a house. True, unless they live in your microwave. Red-blooded missionary, thank you. I just heard the news that you're homeless. I'm not homeless, man! But it's nice. Chequan Hong, thank you. What's your thoughts on van campers? I wouldn't be able to do that. I've thought about buying an SUV for camping. I keep getting ads for the Honda Trailblazer? Is that what it's called? The Honda Trailblazer? And I keep seeing that advertisement and I'm like, fuck. I could like... I wouldn't buy a new car. I probably wouldn't buy that. But like, I could get something like that. And I could like... I could do like Sam Wellis. How he has like he's done car camping before and he puts like a little twin mattress in there. And he's got like... You put like a little table on the side. The Ridgeline! The Ridgeline! That's what it's called! The Honda Ridgeline. King of Orsic, thank you. At least want to get the rotisserie chicken. You freak! What? The Ridgeline. Trailblazer's Chevy. Oh, okay. The Honda Ridgeline. I'll show you guys the ad. I will not fall for this propaganda. I will not buy a car just because I saw an advertisement for it. Wait, no, not this. This is a truck. There's an advertisement that has the Honda, the Ridgeline, and an SUV. I already have a truck. I don't need another truck. I was thinking like an all-enclosed. Oh, is it the Passport? It's the Passport. I think. Honda commercial. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I'll see the advertisement again and I'll take note.
Hi there, folks, and welcome.
The one Honda commercial, yeah. The one Honda commercial. But like the ability to like go off-road and then like all the space in the back, like you could just fold down the seats like this, you don't need to take them out. And then you could put like a little twin size mattress in here. You can put, if you put it like raised up, then you have storage underneath. So you could go hunting with it. Put your guns underneath. Little table on the side for like amenities and stuff. It's very idyllic. Very, very fun. Same car, Ridgeline just had the back chopped off. Ah! Chris Boss, thank you. Pippa living in friend's driveway, homeless arc. No, man! Toyota would be way better. You won't fit a twin mattress in that? I don't know what size mattress, man. The small fucking mattresses that people put in their cars. I don't know. Listen, man, I don't fucking have an SUV. I don't know, like, the exact specifications. I'm just talking, like, I've seen people put... Let me just bring up the video. Infernal Paladin, thank you. Honda Trail 125, good bike. It fits in an elevator. Sam Willis. Is it Willis? Car camping. I'm bad with names. Wallace. This video.
Hey guys, welcome to camping. I got that fire convinced to burn fine.
Look at how he does it.
By 12s, these pine boards, and I just got them shimmed up with some wooden stakes on the bottom.
Look at that. Wallace. Sponsored stream, no.
The back of this does have a bit of an angle to it.
I want to do this.
Got this combination lamp slash...
But I don't have an SUV.
wireless phone charger.
You might want something more like a 4Runner? Why a 4Runner?
At night, and there we go.
Car camping, this is why I love my Forester.
I do have my lithium battery back here.
Imagine you like Chris Chan did and your Keurig set your car on fire. 4Runners are based. What's up with 4Runners? A little too minimalist for me. I want to bring my Pippa Bean with me. I also bring stuffed animals with me when I go camping when I travel.
I got a little organizer here that I can store stuff in right by my head, so you know, car keys go in there.
Pippa, can you even safely drive your RV on the road? No offense, but you don't seem like the type to know how to drive a large vehicle. What the fuck, man?
Anything I might need right away. And
GPPC Tech, thank you. That Subaru he has is 2 times longer than the Honda. I'll never buy another Honda. I miss my 4Runner. Best car I ever owned in my life. I've had 50 plus cars.
put in a big mattress back here.
Are you gonna bring the snake camping? No.
Get your shoes off and get out the door.
Doesn't she own a truck? Yes!
Take my shoes off, fall right back in here, and shut the door. These pods I got, the coffee pods, are 100% recyclable. That includes the whole...
Oh yeah. And you just chill out and... I don't know, it looks so cool. Anyways, we're getting distracted. Chat! I was just going to, like, pick everything out. But now, if I can potentially get a sponsor... I'm gonna pick everything out, and then... If it comes to it that, like... I do get a bunch of free stuff, or whatever, from somewhere else. Like, that's fine. Oh, wait, Mamakin would love this. Wait, what the hell? That stupid fucking tortoise. It's got like a plastic bottom. I should get this for Mamakin's stupid fucking tortoise. M14 Wolf, thank you. Just get a canopy for your truck. I did that camping in Alaska. But that's not the same. You can't just turn on the radio if you have a canopy. I have thought about it. I thought about getting one of those overhead camping racks. But I don't know. I don't know yet. I've got too much going on right now. Once it becomes winter time and everything like slows down, I'll probably do more like outdoorsy shit then, but I don't really like right now. It's just not. It's not feasible to like commit to buying like a big thing and doing this and that. Let the dust settle. Yeah, I gotta wait for con season to end. I gotta wait for. I have some travel plans already set up, visiting family and potentially going back to Japan this time just for content. So we'll see. Look up camping in a Tesla. No, I don't want a Tesla. I don't live somewhere viable for a Tesla. Content Japan, yeah. Alaska trip happening. I don't know. I would like for it to. Content Japan, yeah. Pippa, may I convert you to become a motorcycle user? I would like a motorcycle or a moped. I don't know. I want too much stuff. I gotta take life slow or I'll get overwhelmed and everything will just collect dust. I'm the kind of person where too much will be going on and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Shut it down. And then I recede into my shell and let everything rot. Bye, Narcos, thank you. Well, it's all coming together now. Pippa got evicted and the tortoise is getting her all the room. Rough, but that's life. What the fuck, man? You already have a full plate by the sound of it. Manic depressive? I might be a little bit manic depressive. Motorcycles are dangerous. A relative of mine died because he was riding one. Well, that's life, man. Now I'm like caught up on the sliding door thing. I don't know if I'm getting one guide. Are there any other reptile keepers in chat? Yeah, thank you for the $50 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Am I getting one guide? Whoa, look at this rock cave. That's so sick. Oh, and it like suctions to the wall. I don't think you would need that. But I could make it like... I don't know. I don't know if he would need this realistically. Wait, is it oh, wait, chat. It's clear on the other side so you can look in. But it's got like a film over it. Is it like one way? Is it like one-way film? Black window cling allows you to peek in without disturbing them? Oh, no, I don't think it's one way. I think you just pull it back. I think you just pull it back. I don't think it's one way. Although that would be cool. Maybe. I wish I could see like a photo of somebody using the tint. Wait, is this it? Wait, maybe it is like one way. That's so sick. Comes with a small black window cling over the cover in the opening in the back of the house if you'd like to. Oh, thank you for the 20! Thank you, thank you! Binary Ghost, thank you. I'm not a snake, so you can trust me when I say that snakes won't escape out of a sliding door. Oh, okay. Horrible design, horrible design for bearded dragons. You know, I guess, yeah, for bearded dragons, that would be strange. Most certainly cannot house an adult bearded dragon in his head. It won't even fit through the hole. This is kind of a funny image. This is kind of a funny image. You hate those things. Bearded dragons? Are there any others like this? Are there any other hides that are one way? I'm gonna add it to the cart. It's also 52% off. That's sick as hell. That's really fucking cool. Yeah, thank you for the 10! Thank you, thank you! No, the sticky hides. Wait, why? We used to care for 100 of those buggers. Beardies are super easy to care for. Mama Kitten has the bearded dragon. And I think that thing hates me. I don't know, man. That thing's like always got an attitude. Ow! You can use a paper clip to lock the sliding door? I don't think I would do that. Hero, thank you for the $5! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Oh. Wait, this is kind of trippy looking. What the hell? I don't think this is appropriate for a chameleon. But what the fuck? It's 31 inches wide? What the fuck? 31.5 inches wide. And 23.6 inches from the ground up. That's too small. How much space did he say? Did he say? That one's a bit weird. This one is interesting. It looks like a hollowed out copying machine. Huh. I don't think a hognose will go in a hide that's not on the ground. Well, I'm gonna try because I'm curious. And I can also bury it slightly. The pictures are not to scale? No? Wait, let's look at... Wait, there's no reviews. Here, thank you for the $2! Thank you, thank you! There's no reviews. This is so trippy looking, though. That rock is meant for geckos. It's going to be too small. You think so? What do you guys think about this tank? Oh, also the music stopped. Oh, here it is. Here's a rock cave. This is a blue-tongued skink on top of it. This looks... I think this looks plenty big. If it's a male hognose... I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna suction cup it, like, way up high like this. But, like... Oh, that is so cute. The little crested gecko. Not sure about the tank, but the rock looks cool. I don't know. I think it could be some fun enrichment. You put it on the ceiling. No! Setting it into the substrate will probably let the entrance be at ground level. Yeah. And if the hognose doesn't like it, look. Like, here's a ball python with it. I'll just give it to my ball python. She'll probably like it. Nothing's, like, going to go to waste. If it doesn't work out. I just think this feature of being able to, like, look in through the window is so cool. Hognose berry, they won't use that. Yeah, I don't know, man! And Regilia, thank you. There's also another use for hides, yeah. Great spot, thank you. Do you have a picture of your current snake and snake enclosure? Can we see it? Also, good luck with life on the road. I currently do not. She is in a different, like, temporary setup right now. Until I set up, like, a more permanent space inside the RV. So... yeah, that big-ass Toad Ranch cage that I bought, not even being used right now. It got moved into the garage while everything gets shuffled around. Bury it partially underground. I might. We'll see what we can do with it. Oof, yeah. So one snake going into the RV. Yeah, one snake already in the RV. There's a very nice spot where her temporary tank fits perfectly. It kind of sucks because, like, her current tank setup is not as big as the Toad Ranch. But it's also, like, it fits the minimum care requirements. I don't remember exactly how many gallons it is, but she could be fully stretched out and still not take up the whole tank, so. Even a snake is an RV owner. Nice, so very roomy, yeah. Room to stretch. She's got plenty of room to stretch. This one is so trippy. I can't stop thinking about it. I wonder... Like, the air vents... I don't know. The gaps seem like a little bit big, don't they? Like, either the tank is smaller than it looks. Those Chinese water dragons? Or... Those are really large vents. I don't know. This is so interesting. No reviews is kind of sus. Those are juvenile iguanas, are they? Oh. Stop breaking the law. I'm not! I don't know. This enclosure is really cool, but I guess it's probably not practical for what we're doing. Chloe's at your door. Oh. Oh, T-Rex skull! I always worry about stuff like this. Dearest Pippa, please look into local reptile expositions. There may be a local fabricator that could make you the perfect homeless snake enclosure. What the fuck? A homeless snake enclosure? Because it could fall into them? I always worry that they'll, like, get stuck. I don't know if I'm overly paranoid. Maybe it's a non-issue. I just worry. Because, like, how would I get it out? You know? How would I get the snake out of it? It might be stolen from a museum. Out there, tortoise house. Break it if it's ceramic. I guess. Well, alligator skull. I would love to own an alligator. There's the dwarf caimans. I would love to have one of those. But they are not legal where I live, unfortunately. Also, that would not fit in the RV or in my office space. If I had a caiman, I would have to have, like a proper space for it. I'm gonna probably be homeless too soon. You should get an RV. If you're gonna be homeless, you should get an RV. No cap. Better goes thank you. You wouldn't put your snake through a dino crisis? Okay, tank. What if I just type in tank? What if I type in reptile tank? There's like the standard long ones. CBPC detecting you found reviews for the Paw Hut Terrarium Amazon. Is that the one that was like standing on 4 legs? Oh wait, look at this one. This is also Paw Hut. Chat, look at this. It's like fully all in one. It looks like proper decor. Oh. Multiple windows. Wait. Oh, it's not mesh on top? Looks like mold waiting to happen. Looks too small. What are the dimensions? Oh, 31 and a half? Is that how big, like, the actual enclosure is? How hard is it to build something like that? Well, I've never built something like this. I ain't that crafty. Ooh, this one's a corner. That's cool. A corner tank. What kind of snake are you getting? Hognose. I think you could. Might take a little while, but could be fun. I don't know. I'm not too into the crafting. I'm not much of a crafter. That's a very interesting design. Could also do something like multi-level. So if a tank is tall, you could do like shelves basically. And let me open up MS Paint. Well, actually this is paint.net, but whatever. Okay, so here's paint.net, and then let me grab like the funky tank. There's no sweat if you don't want to do it. I don't think I would be up for handcrafting the tank. Okay, so you could like split it off with like a shelf in the middle, and then you do have the vents, but you could just like fill it in on the on the sides with something. CPPC Tech, thank you. Paw Hut has an Amazon store with better prices and picks. Oh, hognoses are cute. They curl up, stick their tongue out, and start smelling like poo when they freak out. What the hell? But I don't know how hognoses would respond to this anyways. Like doing the multiple tier. I don't know. I really feel like the one tank that we looked at earlier is best. This one? Chat, doesn't this look like great? You can probably find it cheaper somewhere else. But it's 150 gallons. It's like 60 inches long. So even if it grows like really, really big, like this should be plenty. And it has the mesh screen on top. So I can put UVB above it. Has good dimensions, yeah. Looks sturdy at least, perhaps a bit too big, but it will get the job done. There's also the 48-inch one. Could go smaller. It's $237 on Amazon and shipped free. I'll probably grab it on Amazon. I'll use Chewy as like a shopping list. And then maybe I'll grab it off Amazon. The random black bars look so nice though. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but they really do. I don't know why these look so good. But they really add to the aesthetic. This is a good enclosure, I think. I'm being serious, they look fancy. They do. As for worrying about the hognose going through the sliding glass, I could probably... There's got to be a way to, like, put something there so that they can't. And then it would just be, like, a temporary way for it to get fixed. Oh, wait, but if I order through Amazon, I might not get a replacement. If it does come broken. I don't know. Like a foam buffer? Maybe I could put like a weathering strip in between? We can fix it. It's a feature. They will. Amazon has resent me stuff if it arrived broken. Amazon always makes me send stuff back. Which is kind of miserable with some items. Did I already add this to the cart? I don't know if I did. I'm gonna look into that one later for Mamakin. Amazon tries to get me send stuff back, but I never have. It varies. I believe only a baby hognose could go through the sliding doors. Okay. Well, we have the enclosure, which I forgot to even put on here. What about a UVB light? What about a UVB light fixture? I feel like one of these 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻𝑡 hoods would be really convenient. And then it would span the entirety of it. I don't know lighting requirements between like if 24 watt or 39 watt are better. But like I can look into that in between adding it to the cart and actually making the purchase. And then you can plug these into stuff that will do a like put it on a cycle. Like they'll put it on timers. Do hognoses get as large as cobras? Like a king cobra? King cobras get really big. I would really stick with a 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻𝑡. What makes you choose 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻𝑡, Hargis? These from Zoomed? Amazon is only worthwhile if it's doing free shipping specials. Why 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐻𝑡? I use the higher output UVB for my dragons is why. Ah. I wouldn't think hognoses would need like insane UV output. Interesting. Hognoses reach about 3 foot according to quick Google search. The females get bigger than the males do. Since you're getting a big enclosure, you might need bigger and stronger UV. It's not that tall of an enclosure, though. Like, it's not gonna be that high up. Ah. It's 22 inches, almost 23 inches high. And you gotta factor in substrate is going to be taking up the majority of the bottom of the tank. So I don't think... I don't think they need like super strong. What's the brand of tank that you wasted $1,000 on again? Toad Ranch? Not exactly thinking. You know what snakes remind me of? The 2010 Rattler's Revenge Hot Wheels set that I got for Christmas as a boy, with a reused Acceleracers casting included. I was looking at UV requirements and got this. Western hognose snakes do not require UVB and use calcium in their diet like other reptiles, but still beneficial addition to the enclosure. I'm gonna say 24 watt UVB is probably fine. I'm gonna add this to the cart. This comes with a hood too. I think this will be fine. I think this will be perfect. So we can mark off UVB light, and I'll find a timer on Amazon. All right, now a heat mat, preferably one that can do like a proper gradient. Oh, there's Reptitem digital thermostat. Wait, I want to look at that. Does anyone know like any good heat mats? Mini for miniatures. Okay, they have bigger ones. Easy to use. You can depend on the consistency of this 100-degree Fahrenheit mat. Place it inside or outside the tank depending on your needs, intended to provide essential uniform heat distribution. Oh, so this does only one solid temperature. Add gradient to the search. What about this one? Does this one do gradient? Consistent patch of heat without hot spots. Heat gradient mat? Does this one do a gradient? I missed one of the streams. Is this one for the turtle? No, I don't own a turtle. Mamakin has one though. Oh, heat mats should all be placed all the way to the side to create a heat gradient. Wait, this one's perfect! Plays on the same side as the basking light. Wait, but does it do a gradient on its own, or is it relying on the basking light? Gives off uniform heating. I don't think this one doesn't do a gradient. Yeah, this is relying on the light. Where the fuck do you get one that does a gradient on its own? Eh? Eh? Relying on heat transfer through the substrate. I guess... like, one thing that I could do is make it so that the heat mat doesn't take up the entirety of the tank. And then also make it, like, thicker substrate on some side. Like, make the substrate higher, so that way the heat isn't going all the way through on one side. Does that make sense? Let me bring up MS Paint again. So, like, if this was the tank we're using, then the substrate could be, like, this high on one side, and then decrease to the other side, assuming that this is like the bottom. If this was like the bottom, right? We could have the substrate like this. You know? Because then it'll be hotter where it's lower, where there's less substrate. And then I can add hides underground as well that are closer to it. That's really good MS Paint drawing. Thank you. Thank you. So how big is this tank? 60 wide, 24 deep, and where did the heat mat go? There we go. Okay, so this is 24 watts. But how big is it? 8 by 18 inches. Okay, that's perfect. That's perfect. I could do the 24 watt one, 8 to 18 inches. And I don't have to set it to like max heat or anything. From what I remember, hognose prefers to burrow in the lowest point of the enclosure. I can make it so it slopes down from the back of the tank as well. I'm gonna add this to the cart. And we can mark heat mat as got. Okay, cocoa core / sand substrate. I don't know. Chat, do you guys know what sand is good for hognoses? It might be difficult to spot the snake if you have too many hides. Well, that's okay. The snake can come out when the snake wants to, and when it doesn't want to be seen, it doesn't want to be seen. I will try and do like the spy cam setups. Cocoa core? I wonder if just this is fine. But this is cocoa, core chips and peat. Maybe this? Cocoa core reptile bedding? But this is... Yeah, this is probably better because these other ones you have to like soak in water. And so I would have to soak it in water and then let it completely dry, which would be a pain in the ass. So maybe, like in the summer, not a big deal. Because like I can just let it sit in the sun in a tub or something. But then, even then it would risk like flies and stuff getting into it. I don't know. Seems a lot easier to just do like the bedding like this. Ah! Plus it has to be half sand. Yeah, and we're gonna be mixing it anyways. Reptile sand. Desert sand? Repta sand? Vita sand. Flukers? Creature sand? Reptilite? I wonder... This is black sand. Pocket sand! Don't do Vita sand, it's a scam. I would assume that this is a scam. This kind of seems like the sort of thing where you're like, oh, like if the reptile accidentally eats it or whatever. But your reptile shouldn't be eating sand anyways. I've seen the colored sand stain my dragon scale, so I avoid it. Avoid calcium sand, vitamin sand, it can lead to impaction. Aw. Repta sand is fine for mixing, it's basically playground sand. But why is it red? Desert white? Is there just like normal sand? Is there just normal sand I can buy? Lowe's tube sand? Get you right as rain? Natural reptile sand. Natural sand bedding. Natural sand, no added dyes or chemicals. Okay, I think this is the one to go with. This one seems like the most normal. Damn, bro, $10 for dirt. Yeah. $10 for some fucking dirt. Okay, we got the cocoa core in the sand. All right. LED lights, those were on Amazon. So I'll just put like an X here. 2 hides. I'm not gonna count the wall one that we got because I think that one's gonna end up more of like an enrichment thing rather than like a proper hide. Those fuckers charged a lot for sand. Yes, they are. So let's type in snake hide. 3-in-1 magnetic ball. So there's that. Which we could put like in the ground. We can also go to Etsy to find snake hides. Some people make silly ones like 3D printed. I've seen like 3D printed Pokeballs and stuff. And I actually have one of these humid hides that comes with like a hygrometer on it that I use when my snake is shedding. Sabakura, thank you. Always wanted a snake. Handled many in my time, including a ball python named Cuddles at Gator World. Currently, I own 2 arachnids, a scorpion named Secret, and a tarantula named Ribeye. Dirt cheap now means expensive. I want to go back to the 80s. Pokeball would be cool for Ekans. This hide is huge. What the fuck? Oh wait, maybe it just looks huge because of the angle. Our perspective. What species? A hognose snake. I would never give my snake anything 3D printed. Microplastics, eh? I'm like a little bit weird about it. So again, it's only for like during shedding. So that way I can like track and make sure that the humidity is good and high and she's going to be okay. Oh, these are cool. Wait. Hold on, let me check this real quick. Let me check this real quick. Okay, I'm good. I don't know if she would actually use it. But it looks awesome. I get the aversion to 3D printed stuff for animals, especially since something like a snake that does a lot of rubbing for movement. I wonder what it's made out of. Is it just 3D printed? PETG. What is PETG? Oh, it is 3D printed. It's aquarium safe plastic. Is that a thing? Is aquarium safe plastic a thing? I feel like if it's safe for an aquarium, it would probably be fine, right? But maybe it would melt. PETG is close to pop bottle plastic? Sounds like a marketing buzzword. Some water bottles are made out of. Well, water bottles do break down. So I don't know if this actually would be safe. Have you guys ever like reused a plastic water bottle multiple times? PLA and PETG should mostly be safe. You want to look for ABS plastic? No, yes. PETG is heat resistant. Oh, there's like the little Pokeballs. Oh, they are really cute. A lot of this stuff is really cute. I got one of these for my snake. She doesn't like it. It's like a little donut that they could just hang out in. Chat 1 second. All good. Anyways, PLA is terrible with heat. It melts so fast. Stone castle, removable top, jumping. Whoa, would be cool for like a jumping spider. Kid is begging for his room back. You can't have it. It is 9:30. I guess I should realistically wrap this up. But I didn't find everything yet. I didn't find everything I wanted yet. Oh, arboreal ledge. I spaced out and forgot I'm not watching a VOD like usual. Where did the time go? Man. Jagged rock hide. It's gonna be hard finding stuff that's not 3D printed though. At least on Etsy. Repta shelter? Komodo corner hut? These have like big entrances. I think classics are gonna run you into more issues than not. Yeah. If I get kicked out again. Child wants their sleeping room back. Magloff magnetic bubble waft. Some of these are pretty interesting. Komodo forest hiding den large? Wait, this one's really cute. Does it have 2 entrances? Wait, it has such bad reviews. Everything has such bad reviews, chat. Why is everything such bad reviews? Never been on Etsy, I know why. Tortoise skeleton reptile hideout. I don't know. Maybe. I'll check the email. I probably will end off for today. But I feel like we've got a good start. I'll do a part 2 to designing the tank. And we'll go off of that. Linganino, thank you. I can make you a custom ceramic hide. You can like work with ceramics? How hard is it to work with ceramics? Maybe I could make something. I think I'd get upset. I think I would get upset working with ceramic. I don't think I could do it. Never mind. That was short-lived. Bad reviews because snakes are picky. Thanks for the stream, Pippa. Yeah. Alright, can I get the Miss Super Chat list? Pet bottles are injection mold. Pet G has little of glycol in it. Melts much higher temp than you can reach in your enclosure. I don't know. I'm still paranoid about it. There's making a pot, and then there's super technical stuff. Bad reviews because people don't know what they're doing. No, go for it. You won't know unless you give it a try. Maybe. Pippa, can you please make an Uma thread and club in the Discord? Could do. Hi, a fan from YouTube. Knew you from Fillian's collaborations. That's ironic considering she's a Twitch streamer. Ah, why do I have like 10 DMs? DM jump scare! Alright. King Orsic, thank you. Oh, I read that. Well, Dixie, thank you. Have a good night. Thanks for saying. Thank you guys. Wait, where'd my browser go? Here, I'll put on like a cute hognose video. Hognose snake. Ah yes, Punkalopi from Philly and collab by Kamiyoshi. What the hell? Yeah, I'll mute this and let this play in the background. Tagubango, thank you. Pippa on time. Who is this imposter? Ladang, thank you. Met Dave 2 weeks ago at Pomona Reptile Super Show. Wait, that's what I'm showing on screen right now. He's an awesome dude, also very funny. Wait, what if we saw Ladank in this video? Pizza Man, thank you. Pippa finally adopted the house hacking life. Finally, I'm now a house hacker. Dynamic Doodle, thank you. She's moving up in the world, bros. Background noise, thank you. Will you be hitting the road at some point? Potentially. Vicky Yuri, thank you. Road trip with Pippa streams. Zachary Rolick, thank you. Living in an RV down by the river. Now, Aircraft, thank you. I'm very proud of you, Pippa. Improving your life, your outlook, your health, your mood, and keeping it real with streams and entertaining and traveling and collabing. Keep rocking. Thank you. I feel like I'm at a really good point in my life. I feel like things are going well. Got a lot of big plans. I say that every year. I say that every year. I don't know. I just like living in the RV. It just works. I don't know. I guess like I'm kind of surprised because when I was younger, right? Or just even when I looked into it before, there was like so much stuff about how living in an RV sucks and how like everybody thinks that they're okay with living in an RV and then no, actually it's really bad and oh like you'll go crazy and blah blah blah. And I've been in it for a few months and I feel fine. Actually, I feel better than ever. I don't know, it's nice to just have like my spot. I don't know. Like I've had my own place before. But I prefer the RV. You're wrong, you're living in a vehicle. Well, if I'm wrong, then I don't want to be right. It's a personal space. I've had personal space before. I don't know. It's like, it's not like a tiny house. Where like, I can understand with like a tiny house, right? Like that is super, super downsized. Tiny houses are like, you have to like climb up into a loft to sleep in a bed usually. I feel like a tiny house would be too tiny. You're wrong, you got exactly what you want. That's not supposed to happen, yeah. I don't know, I like my RV. Maybe when I get comfortable, like, driving it around and doing stuff with it, maybe, like, I would pick up, like, a big one to live in. Like, if I was doing, like, a lot of, like, off collabs or something. But, like, for just me, like, this is great. Why not get a house, though? I've lived in houses on my own before. And the difference between a house and an RV is that a house comes with a lot more weight to it. Both literally and metaphorically. Like with an RV, like I can just like pick it up and move it wherever. I can take it wherever the fuck I want. If I don't like the area, I just move. I like where I am, so I don't need to do that. If I wanted, like, the house equivalent of my RV, even though my RV isn't the size of, like, a full house, it would still be just really fucking expensive. I'd rather just, like, buy land and live in the RV and then in order to avoid getting penalized by the state or the county or whatever, just go fucking, like, stay in a hotel for a day each week or whatever. Not each week, but each month or every 90 days, whatever it is. I don't know, it's just fine, man. You just need to have one address for your mail, and then you have a whole country as your backyard, yeah. I don't know, like, I feel like people think they need more space than they actually do. Like, ironically, like, I work from home, so I do need, like, the office space. I guess I could do, like, streaming and everything from the RV. I have tried it, but it's just not... I don't know, it's not as appealing. I would rather have that space separate. So I guess like a big RV could be nice for that if I didn't want to be tied to my parents' house for the stream room and stuff. But more space encourages you to fill with more stuff. Unironically, yeah. Some of those people are suburban raised, sheltered people. I don't know, man. Ending stream because of the pizza that was ordered. I didn't order pizza. Why do people keep talking about pizza? I did have pizza 2 days ago. And you know what? It was actually pretty good. Pizza sounds so good right now. I think I'm getting like a little bit corrupted. I think I'm starting to enjoy pizza again. Chicken pizza! It wasn't chicken pizza. It was like, what was it? It was like... Parmesan feta garlic? Was it Costco pizza? No, it was like... It was like from a pizza chain. It was like Parmesan feta spinach? Or something like that? She's becoming human again. I think I'm starting to just enjoy things again. Funny how you can enjoy something when it's actually good. A feta vomit emoji. What do you mean feta vomit emoji? God must be giving you back your soul. I guess so. Shawarma pizza? Best pizza? What the fuck is shawarma pizza? Was it left in a car for 2 days? No! What? Gameplay, thank you. Can we use new model kit for Poppykin like Richard Watterson from Gumball or something? Background noise, thank you, so long as it's the way you want it. Clear, thank you. You have reached the second half of the bell curve. Minor goes, thank you. So how do state income taxes work if you stream from different states, assuming you're cross-country touring? The government doesn't have to know about that. Cars are then, thank you. I've been keeping reptiles for a very, very long time. My opinion is the best substrate is bioactive because the organisms in it will keep it clean and make sure your friend doesn't get sick. How do you do bioactive with a snake? Or not with a snake, but with a hognose snake. Are there any isopods that do well in dry heat? Maidmaster, thank you. Have you chosen a name yet? Nope. Frickin' Wolfie, thank you. Happy Pippa equals dopamine. Whoa, look at how orange that snake is. What the fuck? It's so orange! Holy shit! It looks edible. Don't worry about it, okay? The fox, like you, sloped armor is archaic. Use titanium spaced armor to disrupt shape charges and bleed the energy. Newer APFSDS rounds after initial impact. And that does like an actual tank! BC Tech, thank you. When essentially they become hoarders with reptiles. Poodle the potato, thank you. Hi, Pippa. You should do a fan tank terrarium review stream? Could do. That's a Cheeto. That's kind of a Cheeto. Nano, thank you. Check out rubber ducky isopods. I've seen them. They're very cute. Graham, thank you. If we're talking about intelligent life forms that once ruled the world, mushrooms do compose a neural network that can even share information between trees. Yes, trees have internet. That's kind of based. It looks like he's serving those snakes on whipped cream. Kinda, yeah. Like a coconut pie. Barnard goes, thank you. I think any home for your pet that is going to be bioactive works better the bigger it is. Nature is accustomed to open spaces. Also, thank you. I can't believe my Oshi got kicked out. Now she's getting teased about it. Pray for PP. I'll look into doing a bioactive setup. Because it would be cool to have like plants in there and stuff. And then, I don't know, do you still have to clean the enclosure if it's bioactive? Lunkus, thank you. Spent too much on Nimi merch, now we're homeless. Kirsha ate 2-day-old pizza? Was it in the fridge? I feel like that's fine if it's in the fridge. Coolgrave, thank you. Is the snake tank gonna run off of treads or reinforced tires? Nope, from a trunk? That's dairy. That'll kill you. Baron, thank you. If you're running from the police, I suggest moving further away. Moving further away than the RV in the backyard. Maybe a Walmart parking lot. Link Needle, thank you. Resistive wire heaters will be hotter near the power source due to energy to heat conversion, creating temp gradient. Sorry to hear about the eviction. I haven't been evicted! A car drunk? Wish her well, Pippa. Oh my god. Oscar Curve, thank you. This is all I can afford right now. Get back to you later. Oh, thank you. Ezekiel the Freakill, thank you. You need to get a generator so you can power his heating while under the overpass. Atreides, thank you. I heard you've been getting DMs from other streamers. I'm sorry to hear that! Fire goes, thank you. That's right, Pippa. You tell them you don't have a drinking problem. It's everyone else that has a problem with your drinking. Yeah! I don't think I'm a bad drunk. There's no such thing as a good drunk, Pippa. I don't think I'm a bad drunk. Okay? I did drink too much soju that one time. But I don't think I created any problems for people. I think. Didn't you puke at Japan? Okay, yeah, and then that time that I puked into the shark fin soup. Bro, I posted that I puked into a bowl of shark fin soup on Twitter, and people were like, shark fin soup? Disgusting. Gross display of affluence. And it's like, bro, it's not real shark fin soup, motherfucker. It's not real shark fin soup. Okay? Fun fact about shark fin soup. Like, 99% of shark fin soup, I don't know what it is that's in place of it, but actual shark fin is, like, extremely expensive. Look, thank you. Can you please say chat? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. People are so quick to get their jimmies rustled. And people are so easily just offended, I guess. Also illegal in a lot of places, yeah. It's illegal in a lot of places. Energy, thank you. Would we lie on the internet? Sorry for eviction. Graham, thank you. Since you still ignore my mushroom super chat, accept this bully habit enclosure fund for my $8. Maybe we can have a house hunting stream. No, I like my RV. Bahamut, thank you. Hey, Pips, the snake thing sounds cool. Glad to hear you're coming from your alcohol. I'm not a fucking alcoholic, man! We'll see after a year of being in the RV. Maybe I'll be crazy. Maybe I'll be like, I can't do it anymore. I need to get out. But honestly, like every 2 years, I'm like, I gotta get out of here. So if anything, I think the RV would make it, like, help to counteract that. Only time will tell, yeah. Because when I was younger, my family used to move around a lot. So now as an adult, it's kind of just, like, ingrained in me. I'm like, it's been 2 years, I need to start looking for somewhere else. I gotta get the fuck out of here. So with the RV, maybe it'll be like, I don't know, I just fucking pack up and camp out somewhere else. I don't know. It's a mindset, alright. Pippa can just leave anytime she wants now. Unironically, yeah. I can just fuck off. The vagabond spirit. I got the vagabond spirit in me. I don't know, like... Well, I do know how it happened. Presumably, well, I don't know. A lot of people, they move around a lot in their youth, and then when they grow up, they're like, okay, I need to be stationary for the rest of my life. I can never move ever again. I have been traumatized by constantly changing scenery and faces and blah, 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 blah. But for me, I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, man. Dresses like a drifter, too. Oh, I'm kind of hippie-coded, chat. Lindsay, thank you. Those are some weird-looking worms. I lived in an RV once for about half a year. Was amazing, actually. Highlight? Hell yeah. live in Kirsch's driveway. No! But I could go visit, maybe. Could bring the RV. You always were, Pippa. You love animals and nature. Oh God, I've always been a hippie! Oh. After you visit the UK, you'll never want to leave home again. Eh? That bad, huh? But, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. Only time can tell. Only time can tell. Like I said, I'm a few months in and I feel better than ever. I get outside more. I feel more productive. Mentally. Like, I think I'm always going to be depressed. I think I just got the fucked up chemicals in my brain where I'm never going to be able to escape the existential melancholy that is always lingering and always there to provide like a fucking 50% mood decrease to anything that I'm doing that would otherwise make like a normal person fully happy. But like I think that's fine. I think it just is what it is, you know? I decided to turn off depression and it worked. It doesn't really matter. Sometimes I try to gaslight myself like I'm not depressed. Everything's fine. And it's gotten to the point where it's like I just am depressed, but everything's fine. Does that make sense? You can still be living your best life, but clinical depression will find a way to creep in. I'm glad you're doing well for yourself, though. Thank you. Like, I feel a lot healthier. And it's made me more capable of noticing that depression. Right? Like, I've become more and more aware of it. I'm becoming more and more, like, level-headed and just aware of, like, okay, like, this is just gonna kick in sometimes and you just have to, like, just deal with it. Energy, thank you. I just drink till depression goes away. You know, you just gotta chill. You know? And yeah. I use my depression to fuel myself to continually be better and continue building myself up. I refuse to let it hold me back too much. It definitely gets to me sometimes. You're feeling things again, Pippa. It's possible for you to not be depressed. Yeah. But, unironic, natural coping and learning to accept the highs and lows very much. Rango. Please talk to a professional. I don't want to. Welcome, Leah. Thank you. I have a 1-hour nap. I learned this from serial killers. What? I guess to, like, reset your brain. I do stuff like that. I have realized I've become, like, so aware, I guess, of when, like, the depression is, like, really setting in and starting to take over my brain. And I have to try and hose it down with a garden hose. You know what I mean? I'm like, all right. Existential dread. I have two options. Either I can continue with what I'm doing, whether it's something productive or unproductive or whatever, and let this, like, take over. Or I can do something that I know will kind of, like, stave it off or do, like, a little bit, like, of a reset on the brain a bit. And then if it's, like... So stuff like that could be, like showering. Like, even if I already showered, sometimes I'll just do an extra shower. I'll, like, work out for a bit. You know, try and, like, process whatever thoughts that I'm having, you know, like, acknowledge them, be like, okay, like, this is, like, I will say out loud to myself, this is the kind of person I've become. I'll, like, say out loud to myself, I'll be riding the exercise bike, and I'll be like, I am depressed, I want to kill myself, but I'm not going to do it, because everything is fine, and new stuff will come along that will pique my interest or give me a reason to live. And I am going to just wait this out. I will say that, and then I'll go like take a shower, maybe like a colder shower than usual or whatever. I'm not taking like fucking ice baths or whatever, but maybe like a colder shower to kind of like shock my brain a bit, or maybe I'll like turn the faucet like all the way to cold for a bit to like kind of like just give me like that jolt. I'll like sometimes, yeah, like take a bit of a nap, not even like a full nap, just like lay down, just wait it out. Depression is just a temporary time. The solution is often just to find distractions and wait it out. Yeah. It's just like a temporary debuff on a timer. You just gotta wait it out, man. I hope that like more people are able to, I don't know, like just get over it, I guess. Like when I was younger, all these people have all these solutions, right? Where they're like, oh, well, if you just go exercise more, if you just do this, if you just do that, the older you get, like, it'll go away. It goes away. It doesn't go away. It doesn't. It never goes away. Maybe for some people it does. For me, it's never gone away. And it's never gotten less bad. So it's just... You just gotta acknowledge that it's a debuff timer. You just gotta acknowledge that it's a fucking debuff timer. And you just gotta wait it out, and then things will go back to being normal. You know? And sometimes that debuff timer is like a week long. And you know what you can do for that week? You can, like, develop a new video game addiction or something. You can, like, push your body to the limits for, like, a marathon, or... You can just find stuff, you know? Just recognize that you're in that space and then do stuff that you wouldn't normally do that'll either help it or allow you to wait it out better. Man. Push it, peeps. Come on, just push it. Factorio. Smoke crack. I'm not gonna smoke crack. It's a loneliness problem. I don't think so. I've always been the kind of person that is very fine on their own. I think it, like, if anything, like, being around people can tend to, like, how do I say this? It, like, depletes my energy bar to a point where it, like, it triggers, like, usually it triggers, like, a manic episode, but that can then lead to a depressive episode. But that is another thing, is I have learned that you can get out of depressive episodes by starting a manic episode, but then that's like a whole nother thing to deal with, and sometimes it is easier to just deal with the depressive episode. Thank you. First you got evicted, now you're graduating. What a crazy birthday you have. Also, doesn't it also make you mad? Manic episodes? I would say both manic episodes and depressive episodes, yeah. They both definitely make me angry. They're angrier than normal. Depressive episodes tend to make me more like, I am so... Like, how do I say this? Like, I am so... It's very, like, self-pitying. Does that make sense? It's very, like, I am so angry with everything. Life is nothing but fucking pile of misery after a pile of misery, and you just keep digging through the piles, and you're just gonna end up with more misery, and fuck everything. Nothing matters. People suck. Don't even bother. And then when I get manic, I'm like, I don't, like, view other people like as people. I start to view them as like NPCs, unironically. And I have to be like, very careful, I guess, when I'm manic, because it'll be like, I don't know. I'm just so detached from reality, I guess, that it's like I gotta stay away from people. I just gotta fucking stay away from people when I'm manic. Dialogue option appears. Not gonna lie, that's kind of hilarious. It's kind of not hilarious, man, because it's like I'll be tempted to. It's dissociation. It kind of is dissociation. Full delulu. It's like, I don't know. Like, it also puts me on edge, where it's like I start to try to like psychoanalyze people, and I read into their every action, and I start to be like, well, if they're saying and doing this, then that means that they want this or that, and now I need to try and craft like a response and stuff in order to come out ahead in this interaction, so that way I'm not just being like farmed or whatever. I get schizo-paranoid. Thinking my thoughts before they even have them. Yeah, it's... Are you okay? I am okay. I am okay. I just have bouts where I'm not okay. And sometimes those bouts do last, like, a week or 2 weeks. But eventually they stop, and I can go back to normal for however long. And I just have to be, you know, like, this is just life, you know? Sometimes you just have to be very careful of how you live, because you might accidentally trigger debuffs. If I don't get enough sleep, I might accidentally trigger the fucking, like, manic episode debuff because I drank a bunch of coffee and now, like, my brain is like short-circuiting because I have all of this energy because I've been sipping on a large coffee all fucking day. I haven't given myself any time to like calm down, and now the manic episode is gonna last for like 3 days because now I can't function like a normal person again. Or like interacting with people, it's like one bad interaction and I start having like a fucking meltdown out of nowhere, and it's just like a fucking RNG gamble of whether or not this is going to trigger. Yeah, I gotta manage the moodlets. I don't know. Life is difficult. But it just is what it is. Oh man, thank you. They sold their soul to fishermen, so they can't quit. They need to sell 100 tons of coffee to be free. Potato Radio, thank you. Boss, just say it's because of the coffee. Now available on shop. Funny enough, I just talked about coffee. Binary goes, thank you. Really, how bad could it possibly get to work for... How bad could it possibly get to work for a coffee company? True. This is triggering anxiety. I'm sorry! Ah! Messenger, thank you. Is there anything that we, the fans, can do to make things easier on you guys? I already bought coffee. Buy more coffee. Oh, one, thank you. Thanks for being so honest. It's so refreshing. Henting, thank you. I won't mention the company because it feels like advertising via Super Chats, but I got the email for FaZe. I'll sort out some deeds of work tomorrow. Hell yeah! I'll ask management about it. Henting, thank you. That brand is pretty garbled. Those sliding doors can have big enough gap for a baby to escape. Nicklex, thank you. I need Mari and Kirsha to get RVs and move into your parents' backyard so you can have your own version of the trailer park, boys! That would be incredible. Doggo Bongo, thank you. Doesn't sound half bad, but I yearn for a home. You will own nothing, be damned. But that's what's so liberating about the RV. Is because it's like with a house, maybe this is very, I don't know, pessimistic of me, but I feel like with a house, you don't own it, really. You know, the government can eminent domain you at any fucking time. You know, you buy a piece of land, you sit on it, oh, well, the other people around you decided that they want your land, and now they can fucking start beef with you and make your life a living hell to the point where you don't want to live there anymore. And then you can choose to be stubborn and fight it, or just fucking give up and move on. Gabriel, thank you. Not original 𝐏𝐴𝐵, but I've been here for a while. I think most can agree that you've come a really long way. Glad to see you make it this far. Oh, thank you. Very doomer. I don't know, man. The government sucks. They can still F you in your RV, though. Yeah, you just fucking pick up and move. That's the thing about the RV. You know? There's still strings attached, like with everything in life. But not nearly to the same extent. Would, like, the fucking city council gonna fucking come up and put, like, a little notice on my door, be like, your RV sucks, move. Okay, I will. Done. Gone. You can run away from the law? A lot of the times, yeah, because a lot of the times the law is like, you need to change this. And it's like, well, I'm in an RV. I can change, actually. Enjoy, thank you. You're doing great, Pippa. Just keep trucking along. Thank you, thank you. Oh. RV feels very liberating. Not a big fan of the government. No, I'm not. Like your profile picture, degenerate. But, yeah, with how states work, you kind of can run from the law. Unironically, yeah. You know, crossing state lines, like, I'm not advocating for committing crimes and then crossing state lines, but, like, if you're gonna get in trouble for something, you know, like, a lot of the time, they don't bother if you do cross state lines. Unless, like, you do something insane, like, kill someone. A lot of the time, they're not gonna bother you anymore. Welcome, Liang. Thank you for the 5. I think both sides have pros and cons. Real estate benefits from government money printing, but RV has more freedom. Freedom to choose is freedom. Idiot care, thank you. Can't wait for the IRL stream cop chase through a major city like Los Angeles. Ow! But yeah. It's like an RV. It's like, oh, Joe Small, thank you, PPs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is gonna sound like insanely paranoid, right? But like, if the US ever went to war, I would probably just move deeper into America, like into the Midwest or something, where nobody's gonna target. But if America ever went to war and I was concerned about it, and I'm like, I gotta get the fuck out of here, like, I can just take my fucking RV to Mexico, you know? Or Canada. Probably Canada. I don't know why I immediately went to Mexico. Mexico would never get involved. Actually, you know what? They probably wouldn't. You know, but like, if America went to war, and America itself was like kind of a war zone, maybe Mexico would be better. Canada would probably have to fight, because they basically are the 51st state. But, yeah, Canada would be more likely to be involved, yeah. Yeah, man. Mexico will definitely try to take Texas back at the first opportunity. You think they still want that shit? After what the Californians did to it? But yeah, man. Definitely would move way up north. Could do. Could do, man. When are you building the snake tank? Probably 2 streams from now. Uncle Bongo, thank you. Doesn't sound half bad, but I read that. This year, thank you. From experience, sewer hookup is one of the biggest pains, both to deal with and just to find places that have it. Yeah. Second, thank you. The Ford Excursion has middle seats that fold into a bed space. A portable TV made it the perfect road trip vehicle. Good memories. The Ford Excursion. Mr. Hero, thank you. Also, for when you're on the road in your RV, Walmart is unironically your best friend because they let you camp out in the parking lot overnight. Not all of them do that, but yes. Todd the God Howard, thank you. Pippa in a van down by the river arc. Let's fucking go. And on, thank you for the $1. Bad Pippa's going to the snake box. No! And thank you for the 4. Here's the list on screen stuff you need. Oh, alright, you talked about that? Tales of Intent. Oh, wait. Did we? Oh, yeah, that was an hour ago. Tales of Intent, thank you for the 444. 4 years of membership today. Proud to see how much you've grown and excited for the future. Thanks for being my Oshi. Hell yeah! Thank you for sticking around for so long. Fucker noise, thank you. Does Pipupper like the RV? No. That is one unfortunate thing. Pipupper does not like the RV. I don't know why. I have no idea why. But, like, at night, Pipupper just starts to, like, freak out. And so I do tend to just keep her in the house. That's sad. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what her issue is. Too confined. But she likes hiding underneath beds and stuff. Like, she likes to burrow underneath stuff. She'll probably get used to it in time. It's been months. And she still doesn't like it. So I don't know. She hears the animals outside. Probably not the same environment. She likes her routine. She is older now. She doesn't like all the movement. That could be it. Yeah, dogs hate not feeling grounded. I feel like that could be it. But, so yeah, I don't force her to sleep in the RV. Sometimes I try to, like, get her to. But she starts freaking out and I'm like, alright, back into the house. So, here's what it is. Background noise, thank you. The melancholy of Hurai Pipumia. Could be a combination of a lot of those things, yeah. Have you tried changing the RV interior up to make the dog more comfortable? I don't know what to do. I don't know what about it is uncomfortable for her. Why an RV? I have gone over this. You can watch the VOD. There's a lot of reasons. That being said, it is 10 o'clock at night. I am going to head out. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. My name is Pippa. And I will see you later. What's the cringe? Till they fall us away, till they. Till they fall us away, till they. Till they fall us away, till they.
Till day ruffles away, till day ruffles away, till day ruffles away, till day. We hope you enjoyed your stay. Tuesday through Saturday, we'll see you again soon. A few hours past noon. Peek, 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 peek. Drinking, watching, reacting, backseating. ISP problems left waiting. What the hell is Pippa eating? Marmot spam as chatters go ham. Missed super chats. When will Pip Possum come back? We hope you enjoyed your stay. Your favorite streamers leave. So today she'll be offline. Capippies, we'll see you again soon. Leave a like and bop to the outro tune. Next stream we'll argue and laugh. Next stream we'll have a blast. Stick around to see who Pippa raids. Read the chat rules and say, hey dude, we'll stream again soon. Come back again and remember us when you hit message send. Till day